Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto become a king of Rosario vampire and fall in love with Moka Akashiya. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. On to the next great adventure. Some heroes have great beginnings. Ah shit, blurted the soul of Naruto as he hovered above his lifeless corpse in the middle of nowhere. For others not so much, sure the teenager expected to die from calling on the power of the Shiki Fujin, but he was supposed to be in the belly of the death god alongside his perverted sensei battling it out with Snake Face and all those Akatsuki bastards. Instead he found himself in spirit form hovering high above the battlefield littered with all their corpses. Ha, you bastards will forever remember this as the day you almost caught the great Naruto Uzumaki, shouted the blonde teenager as he did a celebratory dance. After training for nearly 3 years with Jiraiya, one would figure that such an early death would be a disappointment for one Naruto Uzumaki. However, considering he just became a legend by wiping out the most dangerous criminal organization using a combination mass shadow clone jutsu and the Reaper Death Seal, some celebration was in order. The most wanted men in the world, down by some punk kid and his super perverted teacher. Even the pedophile Snake got his just desserts as he had realigned himself with Akatsuki in exchange for a quicker means to getting into Sasuke's body. They didn't expect the old pervert and his apprentice to have come up with the ultimate kamikaze middle finger to the Akatsuki in the event they were ambushed. As he watched the only survivors of the battle, the Toad summons, depart to tell the tale of his valiant battle, only one question came to mind. What happens now? Questioned Naruto aloud as he scratched his head in confusion. Sorry, I'm late. I just had to deal with this horrible perverted old man. A cheery feminine voice called out from behind him. Ah! Screamed Naruto, as he whirled around to face a pretty girl with light blue hair in a pink kimono floating on an oar. His shock subsiding as her statement flashed through his mind again. Did he introduce himself with this lame dance and call himself the mighty Toad Hermit? He deadpanned. She nodded yes in response. Same old Ero Sennin, Naruto muttered with a light chuckle. Ero Sennin. She giggled. I believe that fits him quite well. Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a pilot of the River Styx, who guides dead souls to the other side. You don't have worry about any fancy titles, however, just call me Botan. Wait a minute, I thought I was supposed to be in the belly of that big creepy death god guy, questioned a confused Naruto. Oh, that's just the chief ogre. He likes to mess with the people who summon him to this realm. Normally you would have gone with the old man after completing that technique, but you are a special case. Just hang on, once we get back there's someone who can explain your ordeal, stated Botan. Get back where? Asked Naruto. To the spirit world of course. Just hang on, exclaimed Botan as she glided over and grabbed his hand. Whoa, cried out Naruto as she flew off at high speeds. The journey to the spirit world wasn't long, but it did allow Botan to explain some of the basics about the afterlife. So do all dead people pass through here? Questioned Naruto as they made their way inside the large doors of the castle. Most cases. For the truly horrible souls a portal appears that sucks them into the deepest pits of hell, like most of those men you just defeated. She answered. Is that what happened to the Kyuubi as well? Naruto asked. No, due to your situation things were a bit more complicated, she vaguely replied. So who's this guy that's supposed to explain my situation? Naruto inquired. His name is King Yama. You do well to show him some respect unlike you usually do with authority figures, Botan told him in a scolding fashion. Naruto snorted. No promises. I call him like I see him. He calls the shots, and he can send you to oblivion if he wants to, she warned him. Naruto laughed it off. That's only if he can defeat the great Naruto Uzumaki. You do realize that you have lost all of your powers since you are dead, she deadpanned. Naruto suddenly paled. Shit, I was banking on the sexy Justu, thought the blonde. As they marched towards a large set of doors, Naruto laughed at the chaos of all the ogres scrambling around trying to get work done. Sir, I've brought the boy you requested to see, stated a bowing Botan after the doors closed behind them. Where is he? Asked Naruto. looking all around for this mysterious figure. "I'm right down here," replied a voice from just in front of him. Naruto looked due to see the toddler form of Koenma waving at him. He doubled over with laughter at the sight. "You didn't tell me the boss was still in diapers. I'll have you know I've been fully potty trained for centuries," retorted Koenma with a tick on his forehead as he moved into his chair. "Sure, and I'm related to the Yondaime Hokage," retorted Naruto. "As a matter of fact you are. But that's a matter for later," thought Botan. "Yes, now I should clear up a misconception with you first of all. Now you were under the impression that the cost of using the Shiki Fujin technique was eternity of combat in the belly of the death god with whatever foe you dragged with you. That is incorrect, a result of a mistranslation as the technique was passed down. The truth is that instead of being judged and passing on to the afterlife, your soul is bound in service to my father King Yama, or in your case me," said Koenma. "Wait a minute, that means," began Naruto. "Yes, all the people you know who used the chi technique reside here in the spirit world. A few of them wanted to meet you," stated Koenma as he gestured towards the door. At this statement the door opened and 4 people entered. He recognized the first, even if he did look a bit younger from when he last saw him. "Old man," exclaimed Naruto in shock at reunited with the Sandaime. "Naruto, wasn't expecting to see you pass through here for quite some time. Though I must say I'm very proud of your victory," greeted Sarutobi, giving his surrogate grandson a hug. "You know me, old man, had to surpass all the Hokages by not just saving the village, but saving the world," replied Naruto as he stepped back and gave him a thumbs up. He turned his head, and the second figure he recognized immediately. "Ero Sennin, how the hell did you get up here before me?" demanded a grinning Naruto as he smacked his sensei on the shoulder. "What took you so long, brat? Get lost. I already found the hot springs." He was cut off by being bashed in head by the red-headed woman standing behind him. "Baka Ero Sennin Datbane," she muttered. Her antics went unnoticed, however, as with Jiraiya out of the way, Naruto recognized the man standing behind him. "Yondaime," stammered Naruto. "Hey nah," started the older blonde, only to be cut off. "You idiot," roared Naruto as he decked his former home's most celebrated hero with a punch to the face. Everyone just stared at the scene gobsmacked. "Do you know how much of a pain in the ass that damn fox was?" Outa. Naruto's rant was interrupted as he was glomped by the red-haired woman who was silently crying. "Don't worry, lady, I ain't going to beat up your husband. I respect the man, but he's still an absolute bastard for picking some random kid to carry the fox," said Naruto as he tried to calm the woman down by embracing her. "Random kid?" questioned the woman holding him. Minato looked up at Naruto, rubbing his sore cheek as realization dawned on his face. "I guess neither of them told you. Probably to protect you from my enemies. I didn't pick some random kid, I picked you, our son," said Minato as he reached his feet. He suddenly went slack in his mother's arms, stunned. "Son. Yeah, brat. These are your parents, Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze," informed Jiraiya. Suddenly it all came together for Naruto. The pieces in his life fit in place. However, instead of fainting or going on a rampage, he twirled his mother around in the air, causing her to giggle before setting her back down and doing his second victory dance of the day. "Take that, Thames. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the greatest Hokage. Oh yeah." He suddenly paused in his celebration and stared down Jiraiya with a look that promised pain. "You've had almost 3 years, you could have told me this. All those damn times you went off peeping," ranted Naruto as he proceeded to beat the crap out of the Toad Sage. "Not the face. Not the— Yes, the face. Yes, the face," pleaded Jiraiya as Kushina had joined in on the pervert beat down at the mention of his peeping. "Teach you to peep instead, training your godson. And this for trying to corrupt him," ranted the redhead. "Hey, he's definitely our son, all right. Looks like me and acts like you," exclaimed Minato as he pulled his wife and son away from his old sensei. "You got that right," giggled Botan. Naruto suddenly shook free from his father's grasp, turning away from the man with a HMPH. "You're not still mad at me, are you?" "I know," began Minato, only to be cut off by Naruto. "I'm not mad about the fox," Naruto replied, waving his hand in a dismissive fashion. He turned to face his father with a demented gleam in his eye. How come I got your lame hair? If I had mom's pretty straight red hair, the girls would have been all over me. Kushina blushed at her son's compliment, while a vision of Naruto with straight red hair giving a grin and thumbs up appeared to Naruto and Minato. Ah yeah, I can see it. You'd look really good, but then you wouldn't have any of my features anymore, said Minato. Yeah, I guess I'm already awesome enough as it is, replied a grinning Naruto. Hey, how come these two don't get lame nicknames? Whined Jiraiya as he pointed at Minato and Kushina. Naruto snorted. "'Cause, they're not perverted old men like you two or drunken old hag like Grandma Tsunade." Kushina doubled over with laughter. Oh man. You call her grandma. That's classic. Minato shook his head in disbelief. How you didn't make up here earlier I'll never know. No respect I tell you. No respect, complained Jiraiya to his old sensei. Ahem, coughed Koenma, regathering their attention. As lovely as this little reunion is, we have more matters to attend to. Now, I already explained that as a result of the Shiki Fujin technique your soul is now bound in service to the spirit world. This is the case for all your family here, who work here in various capacities. Your case is different, since the deal for the technique is one soul, and your body contained two, and we've already taken the fox. So what? You're sending me back? I'm not dead yet, questioned Naruto. In a matter of speaking, yes. You will be returning to the living world. However, not to the one you are accustomed to. Due to the work of the one known in your home world as the Sage of the Sixth Paths, I cannot send you back to the shinobi world. The only jurisdiction we have over the passage of souls to and from that realm is via the Shiki Fujin and one other forbidden technique. To make a long story short, you will be commissioned as a spirit detective in a living world where we have jurisdiction, explained Koenma. Naruto was completely lost. A spirit what? Yes, exclaimed Kushina, pumping her fist. Huh, Minato looked at her confused. You don't get it. Since he's a spirit detective, he'll be able to come to the spirit world and see us still, exclaimed Kushina. Oh, and we'll be able to watch over him using the monitoring system, added Minato. Oh no you don't. No spying on the Naruto, that's just creepy. You don't want to be like the old man and Ero Sennin, do you? Declared Naruto. I've already died one time. I'm definitely getting myself a girl. And I can't get anywhere with these two watching over me all the time. Ha. Say goodbye to your freedom, Gaki, teased Jiraiya. At least I'm not going to be dead. Naruto shot back. Ouch. Low blow. Comment Minato. He deserved it, replied Naruto. Sir, don't we already have a spirit detective? Yusuke was just hired a few days ago, questioned Botan. Naruto was still lost on that part. What the heck is a spirit detective? Sarutobi dumbed it down for him. Just think of Lord Koenma as the Hokage, and he'll be giving you various missions to fight against demons and monsters. I know that. I'm giving him a different jurisdiction. He'll be working for the headmaster at Yukai Academy. Plus now when Yusuke gets in over his head, I can send someone even more qualified as back up, proclaimed Koenma. Two birds with one stone. Now that creepy bastard can stop bugging me for assistance and I have something to hang over Yusuke's head. An ogre rushed into the room waving a paw. For that put an end to Koenma's celebration of his successful plan. Lord Koenma, sir, there's been trouble, announced the ogre as he handed the paper over. Koenma's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he read it. This is more than trouble. My dad's gonna kill me. What's happened, sir? Asked Botan. 3 criminals have broken into the king's vault and stolen the Orb of Boss, the Forlorn Hope Mirror, and the Shadow Sword. The Orb of Base steals souls, the mirror provides a cryptic power at the full moon, and the sword turns anything it cuts into a demon. One would be bad enough, but all 3 is a nightmare. Hello, you've got the #1 unpredictable badass ninja on your payroll now. This will be a piece of cake, proclaimed Naruto, giving him grin and a thumbs up. Koenma's eyes started to twitch. But Minato saved his son from a rant. This won't be as easy as you think. Since your body does not possess the Kyuubi anymore, your chakra is going to be completely out of whack. For the Ime being, you will be limited to your shadow clone technique, substitution and transformation. In the end, the bastard fox still has the last laugh. I've lost all my new cool jutsu, raged Naruto as He nearly yanked his hair out in frustration. Where is his body? Asked Kushina. In stasis right now. Ogre, go have the body of Naruto Uzumaki moved to the living world, ordered Koenma. Yes, sir, saluted the ogre as he exited. Botan, you've been promoted from assistant to manager of these two knuckleheads. I'll go inform Yusuke of his new case and new occasional partner, stated Koenma as he vanished from his office. Common, let's go get you prepared for your return to your body, stated Botan. Naruto rushed over and hugged Kushina, before whispering something into her ear causing her to laugh. See y'all later Dad, Gramps. And Ero Sennin, declared Naruto. Botan grabbed him by the ear and dragged him out of the room. Stop clowning around, you've got work to do. What did he say that was so funny? Asked Jiraiya. Oh, just a little of this and that. Suddenly she moved and reappeared next to Minato with 2 orange books in her hand. He was right, you did bring your smut with you. The redhead loomed over Jiraiya with a maniacal gleam in her eye, holding the books in one hand and matches in the other. Sensei, Minato, help, cried out Jiraiya, old to find himself being held in a death grip by the two. It's your own fault, stated Minato. This hurts us more than it hurts you, added Sarutobi. Jiraiya could only look on in horror as the last remnants of his literature were burned to ash in front of him. No, spirit detectives unite. Koenma had just finished a debriefing on the 3 criminals who stole the items, Hiei, Kurama, and Goki, when an irate Botan barged into his office. Koenma, sir, you've got to pull them back. Yusuke's too inexperienced, and Naruto is nowhere near his former capabilities. They'll both get ripped to pieces. She yelled. I understand the odds are against them. I also would have preferred to start them on something smaller, but I don't have any other options, answered Koenma. Fine, but at least give them some time to train, pleaded Botan. How much could Naruto regain and Yusuke learn in less than a week? He replied flippantly. A week? They couldn't possibly cause that much damage in a week, could they? Stammered a stunned Botan. The crooks aren't the problem, moaned Koenma. In a week my father returns from vacation. King Yama is coming back, stuttered Botan. Yes, and if we haven't recovered those artifacts, well, you know how my father is. Fire and brimstone, the whole world will feel his wrath. That's why Yusuke and Naruto must succeed even at the cost of their lives. If it was only one of them I'd be more worried, but Yusuke has incredible potential and Naruto is as skilled and resourceful as they come. I understand, Koenma. I'll return to the living world and aid them as much as I can, stated a determined Botan. As predicted by his father, when Naruto returned to his body, he wasn't near the level in ability he obtained prior to his death. He still had a lot of chakra, but without the fox there he no longer had an endless supply to pull. His control had also gone to shit once again. Despite the handicap, he jumped headlong into his first case after loading up with some weapons from the Spirit World Armory. Using some shadow clones and the demon locator Botan gave him, he tracked the location of the trio of thieves to a forest just outside the city. Despite the stormy weather, the group had found an area that was completely dry. He hid himself amongst the trees, trying to gain some information on the 3 demons in the clearing. Oh, yes, this is perfect, exclaimed Hiei as he jumped around the clearing, slashing the shadow sword. After slashing one of the trees, a small winged demon emerged from its trunk. It flew a short distance before dropping to the ground and turning into dead wood. If this sword can make demons from trees, just think of what it will make from humans, proclaimed Hiei. I say we go to the next big city and carve out 1,000 of them. We could raise an entire demon army. I like the way you think, Hiei. If we teach them to eat souls, I even know how we'll feed them all. The Orb of Boss. He pulled the artifact out of his pocket and started laughing. Yes, and then once the moon is full we can use Kurama's weapon to take complete control, added Hiei. At this statement Kurama emerged from the shadows. Sorry, I must withdraw from this alliance, the redhead stated. What? Exclaimed Hiei and Goki in shock. Surely you're not backing out once we've gotten this far, yelled Hiei. Yes, I am, replied Kurama calmly. All your ears in the human world have made you soft. You're nothing but a coward, ranted Hiei. Who cares if he leaves? He just has no right to the loot. Give us the mirror and get out of here, ordered Goki. I can't, I have a great need that requires its ability, replied Kurama. Alright. Then I'll take it by force. Goki charged Kurama only to be interrupted by Yusuke. Excuse me neighbors, declared the green-clad spirit detective. Naruto nearly doubled over in laughter in his hiding spot. If this was the guy he's going to be working with, he envisioned them getting along great. Huh, blurted he trio as they turned to face Yusuke entering the clearing holding up a branch. Couldn't help but notice there's no rain falling here. Maybe the next time you go stealing some magic toys, you should hide somewhere less obvious. Just a tip, he stated nonchalantly. Who are you and how do you know about the artifacts? Demanded Hiei. Give us your name, commanded Goki. Hope you'd ask. Hello boys, exclaimed Yusuke as he tossed the branch aside in dramatic fashion. The name's Yusuke and I'm a spirit detective. Well, since our cover is blown, I guess I'll join the party as well. Time for a Green Beast special, thought Naruto. Dynamic entry. Everyone in the clearing looked up at the yell that seemed to echo from everywhere. An orange and black blur entered the area and nailed Goki, with a kick to the face that knocked him on his ass. Naruto landed and struck a pose. Naruto Uzumaki, also a spirit detective. Spirit detectives? Questioned a confused and slightly dazed Goki. Looks like Koenma came through after all, commented an amused Yusuke. Yeah, and what a case he lined up. A midget, a pretty boy, and the reject love child between an ogre and an ape. You guys should start up a traveling circus, mocked Naruto. These punks are just a couple of Koenma's lackeys. Must have been the only humans he could find. The one in green barely has any spirit energy and the one in the black and orange jumpsuit is nothing more than a low-level thug, stated Hiei in a condescending manner. Midget sure does have a mouth on him, retorted Naruto. Kurama merely turned and started walking out of the clearing. Sorry, I don't have time to be arrested. Stop Kurama, you can't just walk out on us, demanded Hiei as he jumped to follow him. Naruto quickly sent the two shadow clo. Nay, he had hiding in the trees in pursuit. I guess that leaves the ugly one, Naruto stated. Yeah, how rude of them to leave, right when we were all just getting to know each other. So much for manners, joked Yusuke. Goki stood up and started laughing. Don't worry kid, I'm much more polite than those two. I'll gladly turn myself in if I can't rip off your heads first. Sounds like a good deal, just don't pull my hair, remarked Yusuke. Yeah, and easy on threads. I just paid for these, added Naruto. You guys are a riot. Hold on just a second, I need a little pre-battle snack, stated Goki as he pulled out the orb. Bastard, growled Naruto as saw 3 souls floating around in the glowing orb. I love this little orb, never have to cook anymore. People don't realize how hard it is to eat human souls. Goki paused as he chuckled and pulled a soul from the orb. You've got to cook the human so he tastes good, but not enough to kill him. This thing takes all the guesswork out of it. Pulls M from the body still alive. So all you get is good clean soul. Is that the little kid I found earlier? Questioned a shocked Yusuke dreading his answer. They're the best, laughed Goki as he swallowed the soul. Monster, spit him out, yelled Yusuke as he charged and kicked Goki in the gut, causing him to spit out the soul. He followed with a punch to the face that downed the Gion and caused him to drop the orb which Naruto picked up. That's a knockout, stated Yusuke looking at the soul of the little boy as it flew back to its body. Looks like this was easier than they thought, commented Naruto as he released the other 2 souls trapped in the orb. Yeah, no sweat, 2 more to go, declared Yusuke. For humans you guys are pretty decent, managed to knock me down twice. The duo turned to face Goki, who was back on his feet, seemingly unharmed. What hell, how are you not still on the ground? I hit you too hard for you to be up, declared Yusuke. Goki laughed BEF, or growling and becoming engulfed in red energy as he transformed in his full demon form. He quickly slashed Yusuke with his claws, knocking him backwards on his ass. Before Goki could move again, Naruto jumped in. He tossed the orb to Yusuke for safekeeping before forming 4 shadow clones to surround Goki. They all chucked shuriken at the beast only for them to deflect off his hard skin harmlessly. My skin is as solid as rock. Your puny toys won't work on me, roared Goki as he picked up a tree and swung it around, dispersing all the clones and nailing Naruto in the side, sending him skidding in front of Yusuke. That bastard is strong, grumbled Naruto as he staggered to his feet. You got anything besides those clones and weapons? Asked Yusuke. Nothing useful. Responded Naruto. Oh yeah, that spirit gun thing. Yusuke tried to gather energy in his finger when he remembered Koenma telling him it could only be used once a day. Damn it, Mr. Iwamoto screws me over once again. I can only use that attack once a day. I'm out of ammo. Well, then we'll have to improvise, replied Naruto. Improvise? Questioned Yusuke. Try something completely insane and hope we get lucky, declared Naruto. This time he formed a dozen shadow clones that all charged Goki. The demon beast laughed as he merely stood there while all their attacks did no damage. He cracked off a piece of tree he wielding earlier and wielding it like a club, destroying the clones with ease. For such a large creature he was very agile for his size. When a few of the clones remained he charged one of him that had been idle, thinking it to be the real one. Can't fool me, roared Goki as he bashed it over the head only for it to disappear in a puff of smoke. I've been fighting you the whole time, yelled the real Naruto as he got the jump on him and flung some dirt in his eyes. Ah, yelled the beast as it thrashed around. Now, signaled Naruto as a clone threw a kunai headed for Goki's open mouth. However, the demon tilted its head at the last second, causing the weapon to deflect of his oversized fangs. Damn it, so close, exclaimed Yusuke. He dropped the orb and tried to capitalize on the opening by charging in and delivering a kick to Goki's head only for the demon to grab him and fling him into a tree. You punk, raged Goki as he regained his sight, destroying the clone and NC-ing the real Naruto into a tree next to Yusuke. Since you got rid of my diner, I'm going to eat your souls instead. Not without some seasoning of pain, of course, roared Goki. Naruto groaned in pain. I've got one more plan. But we only have one shot and I need your help. Yeah, let me hear it, responded Yusuke. As Naruto quickly whispered his plan, Yusuke posed an immediate objection. No way, am I doing that? You do it, he exclaimed. I'm a better distraction. Don't worry, if you get close enough you can throw it. You don't have to touch it, reassured Naruto. Fine, but this better work, stated Yusuke. Naruto withdrew a kunai before slipping off his equipment pouch and tossing it to Yusuke. The blonde fighter stood up and dusted himself before charging Goki. You want some more? Fine with me, declared Goki as he met the charge head-on. Naruto ducked inside his guard and sliced at his abdomen only to come up short and slice off the button on his pants. You missed, mocked Goki as he slashed with his claws, knocking the blonde teen back. Did I? Remarked Naruto as he formed two clones. They jumped at Goki, attacking him high. Goki easily deflected their attacks, but clones were only a distraction as the real Naruto charged low to the ground and went into a feet-first slide as he passed by Goki. In one motion he pants the demon, underwear and all, causing Goki stumble over, leaving his rear end exposed for all to see. Senin Garashi, yelled Yusuke, charged close to the exposed Goki and flung a kunai with an activated explosive tag wrapped around it right up his rear end. Yusuke continued running to the edge of the clearing and dove into the forest for cover with Naruto close behind. Ah shit, roared Goki in pain, before the tag exploded, lighting up the area. When the smoke cleared, the charred remains of Goki's upper torso lied in one half of the clearing with his lower extremities scattered about on the other side. Man, those tags from Spirit World really pack punch, observed Naruto as Yusuke nodded absent-mindedly in agreement. Did you boys have to be so messy? Scolded Botan as she entered the clearing. It was his idea, declared Yusuke, pointing at Naruto. It got the job done right, defending Naruto, giving a shrug and a grin. The blue-haired beauty sighed. I suppose you're right. Congratulations on recovering the first artifact, however. The other two will be much more difficult. Goki was the weakest of the three. Well, the midget will be tough to beat, but I don't think we have to worry about the redhead, stated Naruto. Why do you say that? Asked Yusuke. Well, I had some clones hidden in the trees that I sent after them when they first left. The midget killed the one I sent after him easily. But the other guy, a short time earlier after traveling to the edge of the forest, Kurama stopped to face his pursuer. Naruto's clone emerged from the shadows, However, instead of attacking like Kurama expected, he asked a question. So did why you withdraw from your little group? It was you I sensed spying on our meeting the entire time. I do not have such grandiose aspirations like Hiei. I desire the artifact for a one-time personal use. Then I will return it, stated Kurama. You seem like a decent guy. Why did you join up with those fools? Asked Naruto. The only reason I joined was because I have great need of the Forlorn Hope Mirror. It is a matter of life and death, answered Kurama. Can you guarantee that whatever you plan to do won't cause harm to innocent people? Asked Naruto. Yes, then I'll turn myself in and deal with whatever punishment deemed necessary, responded Kurama. Alright, you've got your time. If the boss gets a whiff that you are lying or you don't turn yourself in after the full moon, he'll end you, stated the clone before he vanished in a puff of smoke. A replication technique, interesting fellow, commented Kurama before he disappeared from the area. The present X. No matter how trustworthy he may seem, he could still be lying to you, advised Botan. Naruto shrugged. He'd given his word and he was going to stick by it. I'd like to meet him for myself, but I trust Naruto. From what I've seen, he's a pretty good judge of character, stated Yusuke. How would you know? You've only met him today. You're just being lazy, yelled Botan. He executed a demon, who ate the souls of children by shoving a bomb up his ass. If that's not fair and balanced judgment, then I don't know what is, replied Yusuke. It had been a day since they defeated Goki. Yusuke and Botan were in his room arguing about what to do about Kurama. Earlier that day, he encountered the redhead who oddly enough asked for a meeting with him. I'm going to meet with him like he asked, said Yusuke. It could be a trap. Haven't you forgotten his friend who nearly ripped you two limb from limb? Countered Botan. Speaking of two, where is my partner in crime? Questioned Yusuke. Around, spoke a voice from above his head. They both looked up to find Naruto standing on the ceiling. Don't do that, screamed Botan as she threw a book at him. He hopped down from the ceiling and dusted himself off. My control has slightly improved, but it's still far worse than where I'd previously reached, thought Naruto. You don't need to worry so much, Botan. Yusuke, you probably noticed it when you saw him. He seemed really sad for some reason. I'll go too, and if everything isn't on the up and up, I'll distract him while you blast him with that spirit gun thing. See, nothing to worry about, added Yusuke. Fine, while you two do that, I'll go and see what I can dig up on the Forlorn Hope Mirror, replied Botan. Their little meeting was interrupted by Yusuke's mother. Yusuke, I've made us some dinner, she cheerily interjected, causing Yusuke to face Vault. Oh, you have another new friend besides Botan. Naruto Uzumaki, ma'am. Making sure this little punk keeps his paws of my girl here. Naruto suddenly hugged Botan from behind. She blushed before smacking him into the wall. Stop clowning around, yelled Botan. Mom, what are you doing? Next time at least knock. We were having a private conversation, yelled an irritated Yusuke. She yanked him by shirt, pleasant tone abandoned. What kind of conversation could you be having that can't involve your mother? Well, he's real shy when it comes to that girlfriend of his, started Naruto with a cheesy grin. Yusuke looked at him in horror. Yes, he wanted some dating advice for going out with Keiko, added Botan. Why? Yusuke gave the duo a murderous glare as they escaped while his mother launched a long rant about how excited she was about him finally taking the girl seriously. Naruto was surprised that Kurama had them meet him at a hospital. Once he took them inside, however, everything became much more clear. He introduced them to his deathly ill mother before taking them to the roof and explaining his origins as demon who planted his soul in an unborn child to save his own life. After originally planning to leave the human world after regaining his strength, he changed his mind after growing to love his mother and not wanting to hurt her. He blamed himself for her illness because he was such a difficult child to handle, always feeling she was inferior. After his heartfelt confession, the doctors came and told him that his mother had taken a turn for the worse. Kurama decided he couldn't wait any longer to use the mirror. There is something you're supposed to dish out to the Forlorn Hope to make it work. Do you know what that something is? Asked Yusuke. Yes, life, answered Kurama. It figures the cost would be something like that. Looks like we've got no choice but to let him go through with it, thought Naruto. Kurama placed the mirror down on the rooftop and knelt in front of it. Forlorn hope, I ask that you awake from your sleep and hear my plea. Reflect my greatest desire so that you can make it true, chanted Kurama. Strange light started to emit from the mirror as it glowed and suddenly reflected an image of Kurama's mother. The happiness of this woman, is that what you desire? Questioned the mirror. It is, replied Kurama. Hey, can't you hold on second, so we can work things out? There must be some other way to do this, pleaded Yusuke. Naruto pulled him back. No, there's no time. Go ahead. If I were in your shoes I'd be doing the same. Kurama nodded towards them. Thank you for allowing me to do this. To grant this wish you must give your life. Is that what you desire? Asked the mirror. If that will save my mother's life then, yes I do, responded Kurama. Then your desire shall be fulfilled, stated the mirror. Another strange light emitted from the mirror before sparks of lighting shot out wrapping around Kurama. For you mother, thought Kurama as the mirror started to pull on his life energy. No, yelled Yusuke, breaking away from Naruto and kneeling in front of the mirror. Some of the lightning wrapping around him now. Hey mirror guy, I want you to take my life instead. That way Kurama can live and still get his wish right. This doesn't make sense. It's my wish, yelled Kurama. Images of his own mother weeping from his death flashed through Yusuke's mind. Yeah, well, it doesn't make any sense for you to give your mother her life back. Only so she can spend the rest of it mourning the death of her son. I've seen that once before, I don't want to see it again. Suddenly Kurama and Yusuke were knocked back away from the mirror by Naruto. By your logic then, I should be the one to go. My mom is already dead. Mirror, I'm your man, yelled Naruto as the energy from the mirror now wrapped around him. Your desire shall be fulfilled, declared the mirror as a bright white light emerged from it, enveloping the entire roof. I'm still alive, but what about my mother? Exclaimed Kurama in a panic as he rushed inside the hospital. He soon found from the doctors that she was to make a full recovery. Botan arrived on the scene to see the two unmoving bodies of Naruto and Yusuke as Kurama rushed in the hospital. Tears started to form in her eyes as she anticipated the worst. Naruto, Yusuke, get up, screamed Botan. The Naruto on the ground went up in a puff of smoke, as the real one jumped down next to Yusuke from a higher point on the roof. Get up, yelled Naruto as he kicked him in the side. Yusuke rolled over, regaining consciousness, and shifted to a sitting position. You know, that was pretty dumb of me. I was trying to stop the whole sad mom thing. But I would have only made my mom sad by dying. Thanks to your creativity and noble deeds I have granted the wish without taking life, called out the mirror. I see. You outsmarted the mirror by offering up a clone of yourself. You were probably the only person that could do that, said Yusuke. To think I ever doubted you guys. You make quite the team. 2 down and 1 to go, cheered Botan. Yeah right, I'm getting tired of bailing him out of trouble, grumbled Naruto. Hey, the great Urameshi is the star of this team, joked Yusuke. Fine, stay here and do a solo act. This place sucks worse than Cleveland. I'll take my talents to South Beach, retorted Naruto, before they all doubled over in laughter. From his office, Koenma groaned as he observed their cheery mood. I don't see what's so funny. The next one will be 10 times harder. Hiei's got the shadow sword and he's no ordinary demon. If we don't get that last artifact back, there's no telling what my father will do. Entire cities will be destroyed, not to mention my precious backside. Enter the headmaster. The clouds overhead shifted by obscuring the full moon as a smirking Hiei stood atop one of the buildings at the docks on the outskirts of the city. His black cloak billowed behind him while the Jaganai opened wide, taking in everything around him under the moonlight. Their mistakes were simple ones. Goki was too overconfident and Kurama had too much sympathy for his human prey, thought Hiei. He then unsheathed the shadow sword and stared at his reflection on the blade. I guarantee I won't make the same mistakes. My plan is too good for that. It's better this way. The others lacked the courage to use the weapons as they were intended. I will, but first I'll eliminate those idiot spirit detectives. Naruto Uzumaki and Yusuke Urameshi, your time has come. He leapt from his position, slashing the glowing blade before vanishing into the night. The bell rung as a typical School day at Sarayashiki Junior High School progressed. Per normal procedure, Yusuke was skipping class on the roof to have a meeting with Botan and Naruto. Naruto worked on his chakra control stand, ing parallel to the ground while balancing a couple of leaves in his hands on the side of the entrance to the stairs. Botan sat on top of the same structure with her legs dangling over the side. You know what's funny? I get to do the kick-ass spirit detective thing in between training all day while you're still in school. Mocked Naruto. I'm the toughest kid here at Sarayashiki Junior High School. I run this place. You're just a dropout, retorted Yusuke. Yeah right. I'm proud graduate of the Konoha Shinobi Academy. I finished school years ago and was number 1 in my class, bragged Naruto. You were the dead last of your class, corrected Botan. Technically, I killed that guy who graduated number 1, that means I get his spot. You're lucky to be working with a legend like me, perhaps I'll eventually let you in on my secret training, boasted Naruto. It's not like your stupid training has accomplished anything useful anyway. You still can't use your special attack yet, while the spirit gun is loaded and ready for action, declared Yusuke in a cocky manner. You only have 1 bullet, yelled Naruto. Yeah, Yusuke waved him off dismissively. Now boys, if it weren't for the healing powers of your lovely spirit detective manager, you'd still be limping around from that first fight, reminded Botan. Yeah, well do all the assistants wear school uniforms too? Or do you just like the Navy girl look? Mocked Yusuke. I definitely like it, declared Naruto as he'd taken to resting at the bottom of the wall he'd been standing on and trying to look up Botan's skirt. She jumped down from her position and stomped on his stomach. How cruel, Naruto gasped. I'm not wearing this for kicks. Some people actually try to blend in with the environment when following you around school, she replied, giving a pointed glare at Naruto. He shrugged it off. Don't disrespect the orange. Anyway, I'd be caught dead before you find me in a school uniform, or attending school for that matter. I almost forgot. Koenma decided to release Kurama on good behavior after the punishment board reviewed his case, informed Botan. That's good to hear, replied Yusuke. Yeah, now all we have to do is beat the midget and get back the sword, then the case is closed, added Naruto. And we've got 3 days to do it, said Yusuke. That will be easier said than done. Hiei is the toughest opponent you'll face by far. He's both cunning and ruthless and he'll do anything to get what he wants, warned Botan. Well, they don't call me the number 1 unpredictable ninja for nothing. We'll crush him, I guarantee it, proclaimed Naruto. The door to the roof suddenly opened and Keiko walked out turning to Yusuke. There you are, Yusuke. Mr. Takenaka's looking for you. You're the only person who hasn't turned in a book report, said Keiko. Yusuke waved off her concern. I've been too busy to worry about that stupid class. Hard to balance school and work, huh? Said Botan. I don't think he would have done it if we weren't hunting demons anyway, stated Naruto. Yusuke was now annoyed. Do you guys mind? No, not really, giggled Botan as she walked up to Keiko. Ms. Keiko, it's so nice to meet you now that I have my own body. I just want to say how great a person you are. When you ran into those flames to save Yusuke, I nearly melted in my shoes. Do I know you? Questioned a completely confused Keiko. You must be sane to put up with this lug. Battling began Naruto only to be cut off. Hey, yelled Yusuke, bashing both of them in the back of the head. Keiko doesn't know an why thing about spirit world, so just keep it quiet, alright? He warned them quietly. Well, sooner or later you going to have to tell her all about it, or things will get complicated, advised Botan. Time for lunch, replied Naruto as he walked off. See you later. Botan gave a wave before following right behind him, leaving Yusuke and Keiko alone. Tell me what soon? Keiko asked Yusuke. Damn, she just had to bring you in on this too, grumbled Yusuke. Bring me in on what? Asked Keiko again. He waved her off dismissively. It's a long story, I'll tell you later. Keiko became slightly annoyed. Oh, well, I just came to tell you about the book report so you wouldn't get in trouble. Wait, hold on Keiko, I want to talk to you, said Yusuke as she turned to leave. You do? She turned back to him with a faint blush. I was wondering if you could to do my homework, he asked. Oh, Is that all I'm good for now? She retorted angrily. Well Botan and Naruto are going to be busy today, he answered. She only heard the first name before stomping away, completely ticked off, as that fact. Hey, it's not what you're thinking, pleaded Yusuke as he chased after her. A few hours later, Yusuke found himself in detention listening to Takenaka drone on and on when his demon detector suddenly went off. Damn it, he's here, looks like about 1 mile away, exclaimed Yusuke as jumped up and ran out the door. Sorry old man, I heard my mom calling. Wait Yusuke, we're not done yet. And next time use a better excuse, yelled Takenaka. As soon as he exited school grounds he ran into Botan and Naruto. So your detector sensed him as well? Botan asked. Yeah, but it's weird. His location is well beyond the limits of this thing yet I still picked it up, answered Yusuke. He's got our power to set the thing off from anywhere in the city, supplied Naruto. He's trying to lead you to his base, but I already know where it is. I've had shadow clones searching the city for odd activity. There has been some strange movements at one of the warehouses at the docks. That's not the only problem. Hiei has been using telepathy to warn you he has Keiko and will only release her in exchange for the 2 artifacts. Informed Botan. What are we waiting for, let's go, roared Yusuke. Once they arrived at the docks, Naruto pointed out the building his clones identified as suspicious. His hideout is over there. Yusuke marched over and opened the large door. Where are you, bastard? Come on out, so I can kick your ass, called out Yusuke. The door suddenly closed behind them and they came face to face with a horde of people hovering around like zombies. What the hell happened to them? Questioned Naruto. Hiei must be controlling their minds. There was no information about this in the records department. To control so many people at once he must possess the Jagan, suggested Botan. Jagan? Questioned both Yusuke and Naruto. Well done, stated Hiei as he laughed evilly. He emerged from the crowd of people, Jagan flaring and wielding the shadow sword. I used my power to round them up this morning. They won't do much good against you too, but they make for excellent scenery. Big deal, you're a midget and a Triclops. It's still 2-on-1, taunted Naruto. Hiei snorted at the insult. Fools, the whole lot of you. Normal humans would have succumbed to the effects of my eye by now. Looks like Koenma got lucky with his picks, but you are both still a couple of A-class morons. That's why I brought some insurance. 2 guys holding up Keiko emerged from the shadows. Keiko, let her go, she's got nothing to do with this, demanded Yusuke. I'll hand her over if you've brought the weapons, countered Hiei. Yusuke pulled out the orb and the mirror and handed them over. Such a good boy. The orb of boss and the forlorn hope, you can have her. Hiei commanded the 2 men holding her to let her go. That was a mistake, stated Naruto calmly. Did you really TNK? We were going to hand over the artifacts that easily. Now that you've handed us Keiko we're going to rip you to pieces, roared Yusuke. The 2 objects in his hands suddenly vanished in puffs of smoke to reveal a pair of Naruto clones. The duo attacked when Hiei suddenly vanished and reappeared on top of a crate to the left of them. He vanished, exclaimed an astounded Yusuke. No, that was pure speed, whispered Naruto. Looks like one of you is smarter than I thought, but did you really think that was the full extent of my plan? Take a closer look at the girl's forehead, said a smug Hiei. What the? Muttered Yusuke as he leaned down and found the wound on Kiko's forehead. This wound is similar to Hiei's eye. No, it's not a wound, it really is an eye, exclaimed Botan. Got it in one. I've returned her body, but her life is still in my hands. Ha ha ha, cackled Hiei. Damn it, the eye is opening, yelled Yusuke. That's the beauty of it. Once the eye opens she'll become my first subordinate in my new demon army, proclaimed Hiei. Get out of the way, yelled Botan as she brushed Yusuke aside and starting using her healing powers on Keiko. Interesting. Your companio, N, seems to be able to neutralize demonization. Such high-classed spirit healing, a very capable companion you have indeed. But can she keep it up? Without the aid of medical herbs the strain on the healer is very great. She could end up losing her life as well, taunted Hiei. He's right, I can't release too much spirit power for long, warned Botan. Yes, let's play a game now. I've got the antidote, Oat hidden in between the blade and hilt of this sword. She won't survive unless she takes it, but then again you won't be fast enough to take this sword from me with 100 years of training. A kick to the gut delivered by Naruto silenced Hiei's rant. No games, declared Naruto in a tone that meant all business. The kick sent Hiei in the direction of Yusuke, who followed with a punch to the face and an elbow to the ribs. Hiei staggered back away from him stunned. The blonde one somehow switched positions with that crate next to me in an instant, and the other's power increased tenfold, thought Hiei. I see. You two are the worst kind of human trash. When someone threatens your friends, you become even harder to kill, growled Hiei. You are beyond redemption. I'll feed your remains to the stray dogs of the city, declared Yusuke with an ice-cold tone. Hiei ignored his threat. Not snatching the sword back when you had the moment of surprise will be your fatal error. I won't be so careless. Hiei stopped to dodge a punch from a Naruto clone. Less talking, more fighting, yelled the other two Narutos that charged him. Hiei suddenly vanished again. Fools, do you think you can follow my speed? Echoed Hiei's voice as he blurred around the room. Right as he flashed in front of Yusuke, the green-clad spirit detective nailed him in the face with a punch again. Is that all you can do, midget? Just jump around a little, taunted Yusuke. I normally don't beat up the physically handicapped, but I'll make an exception in your case, stated Naruto as he and clones marched towards Hiei's downed form. Cracking their knuckles. Shit, shouted Hiei as he rolled over and jumped back, gaining some separation. He discarded his cloak as he stared them down. To think I've been forced to revert by mere humans. You will learn true fear. Hiei roared as he suddenly transformed with eyes sprouting all over his body and his skin turning green. His Jagan flared an energy howled out of it, wrapping around Yusuke and paralyzing him. Don't forget about us, yelled Naruto as he and his clones charged Hiei, but the transformed demon's speed proved to be too much for him. The clones were quickly dispatched by a couple of slashes of the shadow sword. Hiei then deflected the original Naruto's punch before stabbing him in the chest with his claws. As he pulled his hand from Naruto's chest, massive amounts of blood gushed out. You managed to move slightly at the last second to avoid an instantly fatal blow, but you'll bleed out soon enough. As Naruto collapsed to the ground, he turned his attention back to Yusuke. No one to help you now, bellowed Hiei as he started hammering down punches on the immobilized detective. Damn it, I've got to break free, thought Yusuke as he struggled to try and move. Do you understand the difference in our power now? Questioned Hiei as he paused in his assault. For a human your power is impressive. In honor of that fact, I'll grant you a swift death. Hiei raised the shadow sword and charged Yusuke with a battle cry, die. This is it, thought Yusuke as he awaited the blow. However, as Hiei went to stab Yusuke, Naruto AP paired in front of him, stopping the blade with his bare hands. What? You should be dead, yelled Hiei. It's take a lot more than that little scratch to kill me, retorted Naruto. Even without the fox, my regeneration is still top-notch. Single quote. As the blade started to cut into his palms, Hiei started to laugh. Fool, now you've been sliced by the sword. You'll soon be under my command, cackled Hiei. Naruto's response was to lick up some blood that leaked out of the corner of his mouth and spit at Hiei, nailing him in the Jaganai on his forehead. The short demon staggered back, blinded. The restaurants around Yusuke were immediately released. How fortunate. Hiei's other eyes are merely for show. The true power is the original Jagan on his forehead. Kurama's voice called out from behind them. The duo shouted as they turned to face the redhead. Kurama, I came to repay the favor from helping with my mother. I feel you both would kill me for interfering with your battle, so leave the girl to me. Concentrate on Hiei. Kurama then ran over to aid Botan. It's pretty hard to hit target moving at those speeds. Since it's your girlfriend he jacked up, it's only fair you land the finisher. I'll lock him down, suggested Naruto. How nice of you. I guess I'm obligated to let you have the next one, replied a grinning Yusuke. Of course, responded Naruto with a smirk. Throwing your lot with these fools. I kill you for this, Kurama, bellowed Hiei. You have to worry about getting through us first, proclaimed Yusuke. You too, your power. You keep getting stronger every time you escape, he yelled at Yusuke before pointing to Naruto. And I know I cut you with that damn sword. How are you still standing? No more, I'll kill you both with my full power. He charged, aiming to decapitate Yusuke with the shadow sword, but Naruto intercepted, blocking with a kunai. Hiei countered with a roundhouse kick that sent Naruto flying across the room and into the opposite wall. Yusuke used He opening created to punch Hiei, sending the short demon back towards the middle of the room, where he landed on his feet and moved to start another charge. Yo ugly! Shouted Naruto as he threw a kunai at Hiei's back. Hiei heard the shout from behind him and saw the weapon moving at him as if it was in slow motion. He arrogantly waited until the last second before moving slightly to the left to dodge. However, the kunai vanished in a puff of smoke, revealing Naruto. Hiei reacted by slashing across the old wound on Naruto's chest with the shadow sword, but Naruto fought through the pain and the blow to lock onto Hiei with a death grip, holding him in place. Now, yelled the blonde. Spirit gun, yelled Yusuke, firing off his attack. Fool, you'll take damage as well, roared Hiei as he struggled to free himself. So be it, declared Naruto as the blast hit Hiei in the chest, forcing him to drop the sword and carrying the duo across the room, slamming them up against the wall. You idiots, murmured Hiei as he collapsed into unconsciousness. The Naruto behind him vanished in a puff of smoke as the real one emerged from behind a crate. Take that bastard, proclaimed Yusuke as he kicked the downed Hiei in the side. Let's go see how she's doing, said Naruto as he walked towards Botan, Kurama, and Keiko. Kurama had picked up the sword right after Hiei dropped and helped Botan apply the antidote to Keiko. Don't worry guys, the antidote is working. She'll be back to normal in no time, happily informed Botan. Thanks for the help, Kurama, stated Yusuke. The redhead waved off the gratitude. It was nothing. I must say that was some excellent teamwork you boys showed out there, praised Botan. Yes, you even had me fooled. How did you get your clone to survive the slash with the blade? Kurama asked Naruto. It didn't, that was the real me. They all looked closely to see the slowly healing slash wound on his chest as he removed his tattered jacket. I switched right before his attack hit. You should have said something. Botan, give him some of the antidote, yelled Yusuke. I don't know if there's enough left, shrieked a panicking Botan. This doesn't make sense. He should have started transforming by now like the girl, stated Kurama. Hey, if having the Kyuubi in me for all those years didn't turn me into a demon, I doubt that this will. Besides, he cut me with it before and nothing happened. Naruto suddenly went down to his knees before collapsing to the ground as he passed out. As Naruto's eyes fluttered open, he found himself staring up at the familiar white ceiling of a hospital room. What the hell happened? He yawned while sitting up. Let's just say you had an interesting reaction to the shadow sword. He turned to see Botan sitting next to his bead reading. Huh? He asked eloquently. She waved off his confusion. Someone qualified will be along shortly to explain exactly what happened. Okay. Then where am I? He asked. The Spirit World Medical Center. Can't expect to get treated for being cut with a demonic sword in the human world. You've been out for a couple of days, she answered when Naruto's stomach suddenly growled. Immediately the door opened to reveal Kushina carrying some ramen. Looks like I'm right on time. Yeah mom, you rock. Ramen, exclaimed Naruto as he started to chow down. So how did he take the changes? Kushina asked Botan. He hasn't noticed yet, replied Botan as she turned a page. What changes? Naruto started to question after he slurped up a mouthful of noodles when he looked at his hands. He was wearing some black fingerless gloves with orange spirals on the top that seemed to be clamped onto his wrists so he couldn't remove them. Botan then handed him a mirror, and as he looked at his reflection, he noticed his whisker marks were more defined and his eye looked like a slitted version of the Jagan. Wow, what the hell happened? He yelled. Don't worry, all will be explained in due time, Koenma responded as he entered with a strange hooded man who possessed glowing eyes following close behind. Naruto, this the man who you'll be working for when I don't have higher priority cases for you and Yusuke to work on together. The man introduced himself. My name is Tenmei Mikogami, but you can just call me Headmaster. Headmaster of what? Questioned Naruto. Your new school, of course, the Yokai Academy, informed his mother. He stared her down with a look of betrayal. Curse you. The ramen was a peace offering. No matter, I refuse. You don't have a choice. Yokai Academy is the place you'll be policing as a spirit detective. Long ago the demons were allowed to freely roam in the human world. Once the point came where it was decided barriers were needed because of the constant conflict. Some tribes of demons were allowed to remain in the human world provided they coexisted and blended in peacefully. The yokai or monsters of today's world are descendants of these demons. The school is where they go to learn how to blend in with human society, explained Koenma. Naruto still wasn't persuaded. Send Yusuke there. I'll cover his territory. He's not old enig. To be admitted as a student undercover, countered the headmaster. Koenma decided to try a different tactic. There is some good news. You've regained a significant portion of your strength and abilities. You're right. I feel about as good as I did right before the training trip before. Well, you know, he trailed off. Yes, right now you're comparable to a low B-class demon, or low A-class monster on the academy scales. You still possess the potential to ascend far beyond your current limitations, thought the headmaster. The reason your power was out of whack before was because remains of the Kyuubi's demon chakra still remained in your system without the seal to regulate it. The chakra wasn't causing too much trouble for you because it remained dormant. After being sliced by sword TW Ice, the demon chakra awakened and multiplied to point where it flooded your system and causing your body to start transform. The gloves I placed on you stabilized your body and prevented the transformation. When you finally reach a point where you can tap into your full power, without destroying your body, the gloves will come off, explained the headmaster. Oh, haha. Deadpanned Naruto. So, I've become a demon now. Maybe, answered Koenma. Naruto stared at him dumbfounded once again. We don't know what you are since your powers are still evolving. I have stabilized your powers for now. But you could maintain your human nature, become a full demon, or become some sort of hybrid. We don't know, replied the headmaster. Does it really matter? I mean, I'm still me, right? Questioned Naruto. At this he was glomped by his mother. Yes, that's exactly right. You will always be my handsome little boy. She cried as she hugged him to death. I believe that's enough for today. Get some rest. You report to the academy in a few days, stated Koenma before he and the headmaster exited quickly. Hey, wait a minute. Get back here. I never agreed to that, yelled out Naruto to no Ava. Ill as he was unable to escape his mother's grasp, Botan continued reading, giggling at his predicament. So, could you get a reading on what he is? Questioned Koenma once they were outside. No, based on the unique state of his origins. He is still evolving. As he grows, his demonic nature will eventually solidify. However, his partial absorption of the Jagan is quite intriguing. He, along with your other detective, is very interesting. So basically a bigger pain in the ass than I ever could have imagined. All that potential I saw, I was too smart for my own good, groaned Koenma. The Yokai Academy. After heavy negotiation that included a new wardrobe, a MP3 player that doubled as a communicator, and vast amounts of ramen, Naruto eventually found his way onto the bus to Yokai Academy. He now sported a nice black suit his mother picked out for him, saving him from terrible green ones that reminded him of a certain spandex suit. The rest of his outfit was completed by a crimson shirt, a black tie with an orange flame design, and a pair of sleek sunglasses. To everyone's horror, the music player was loaded with rap and heavy metal music by one of the ogres. Naruto was instantly hooked on both, his attitude becoming more insufferable than ever. Here we are, kid, Yokai Academy. I would tell you how terrifying this place is, but you already know that, commented the bus driver with smirk. Naruto just gave the creepy man a thumbs up before exiting the bus. Gaara should have played this during his fight at the Chunin exams, mumbled Naruto as he popped in his headphones and bobbed his head to Metallica's Enter Sandman. Naruto continued marching along the path to the school, the music making him oblivious to the creepy surroundings. Naruto had just dropped into an air guitar solo when he heard a shout from behind him. Coming through, he turned just in time to see a cute pink-haired girl plow into him with her bike. The bike seemed to take the brunt of the damage as Naruto and the girl ended up with their limbs slightly tangled. Naruto squeezed his hand and heard the girl gasp, and looked to see his hand on her thigh and yanked it back. He rose to his feet and sting himself off before offering his hand to the girl. Are you all right? Sorry for getting in your way. He apologized with a slight blush. She looked up at him a little startled before taking his and standing up with a slight look of embarrassment. No, I should be the one saying sorry. I was feeling a little weak from my anemia and wasn't paying attention to where I was going. He waved off her apology. Don't worry about it. Oh, you scratched your cheek, she said while seeming to zone in on the cut on his face. He wiped his face to find a trickle of blood dripping down. It's not a big deal, I heal fast. Started Naruto only to be cut off as the girl moved right in front of his face, causing all the blood in his body to flood south as her assets pressed up against him. Your scent. He could feel her hot breath on him as she enunciated each word. It's so delicious. Without warning she sank her fangs into his neck and started drinking. What the hell? There wasn't any pain from the bite. In fact, it actually felt pretty good, but it just completely surprised him. She soon removed herself from his neck, licking her lips as she did so. Sorry, your blood just smelled so delicious I couldn't help myself. You see, I'm a vampire, she explained. A vampire? He questioned, confused. Didn't Botan say they supposed to be these badass superpowered monsters? Not super cute girls. His questioning tone worried her. Do you not like vampires? No, it's nothing like that. You just surprised me is all. I don't have a problem with vampires, and they're all as cute as you. I don't think I ever will, teased Naruto, causing her to blush. She was also relieved that he didn't have anything against vampires. So, do you want to be friends? She asked shyly. It's a start, thought Naruto. Sure, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm Moka Akashiya. Are you a new student too? Yeah, I just found out I was coming here a few days ago. Oh, this is so great. The first day and I've already made a friend. Hopefully we'll be in the same class together. I didn't actually plan on attending class too often, but maybe I've now got some incentive, thought Naruto as the pair continued their trek towards the school. After making their way up to the academy, the duo was herded along with the other students to the entrance ceremony. Naruto and Moka ended up getting separated. To be more accurate, Moka actually attended the ceremony while Naruto attempted to ditch and was rewarded with a lengthy lecture by one of the teachers. The guy really liked to hear himself talk, so by the time he cut Naruto loose they were both late for their homeroom classes. In Naruto's homeroom class, the teacher had already begun her introduction. Hello everyone and welcome to Uchiha Academy. I'm your Naruto's arrival interrupted her speech. He attempted to walk to an open seat like nothing was wrong, but the teacher was not going to let him slide that easily. Excuse me, why are you late? She questioned while tapping her foot impatiently. Not one to let an opportunity like this go, Naruto dropped a line that would start his legend at Uchiha Academy. Sorry, on my way here AB. Black cat crossed my path so I had to turn back and take the long way around, he stated casually with a small smirk. The entire class stared at him like he was insane, not believing the lame excuse was going to work. Good thinking. Black cats are awful bullies. Go ahead, have a seat, she replied, smiling at him. His classmates' looks suddenly shifted to ones of disbelief and reverence that he actually pulled it off. On the first day no less. Now, as I was saying before, I'm your homeroom teacher Shizuka Nekonom, and you should all know this, but I'll say it again, this is school built for the sake of monsters to attend. Since the humans. Naruto tuned out what she was saying after already having been debriefed on everything by Botan before he left. His wandering mind soon drifted to Thog. HT of his apparently cat girl homeroom teacher making him stay behind for extra lessons. I wonder what the headmaster's stance is on student-teacher relationships, damn it Ero Senin. I'm starting to think like you. His focus came back into his surroundings when a student on the other side of the room posed a question that instantly put him on the spirit detective's shit list. Hey teacher, wouldn't it be better for us to eat those humans, and in the case of the pretty girls, molest them? Questioned a guy with slicked back blonde hair and a mouth piercing. His comment incited a few snickers from his fellow classmates. Wouldn't it be better for you to get some breath mints? I can smell you from over here, retorted Naruto, causing the class to roar with laughter. Seizu glared at Naruto for the insult, but the blonde gave him the one-finger salute in response. Once everyone quieted down, a familiar pink-haired girl opened the door. Excuse me, Moka called out to Nekonon. Sorry I'm late. After the school entrance ceremony I kind of got lost in the school. Don't worry about it, have a seat, replied a smiling Nekonon. Screw student-teacher relationships, a good student street. Udent relationship with Moka-chan would suit me just fine, thought Naruto as he got a good look at his pink-haired friend. Similar thoughts soon flooded the minds of his male classmates around the room. Naruto's daydreams of Moka were halted by a flying glomp from said girl that nearly knocked him out of his seat. Naruto, I can't believe it, we're in the same class, squealed Moka. The other students in the room soon voiced their displeasure at his familiarity with Moka. Ah, what the hell, what's with this guy, how does he know her? Get your paws off our girl. Naruto's reply was to give them the finger, pissing them off even more. Order soon returned to the classroom and Moka took a seat next to Naruto as Nekonon continued her speech from where she left off, eventually putting Naruto to sleep. He woke again when the bell rang. Let's go exploring, giggled Moka as she dragged Naruto along behind her through the halls. Since they had no more classes after homeroom for the first day, Moka decided to explore the school with her new friend. The pair was causing quite the commotion in the hallways, as girls seemed to be angry with Moka and boys with Naruto. The pink and blonde duo were oblivious to everyone around them, both excited to be in the company of one another. Their frolicking was brought to a halt when someone blocked their path as they rounded a corner. It turned out to be the same guy that made Naruto's shit list in their homeroom class. You are called Moka Akashiya, are you not? I am your classmate Komiya Seizu. Salutations. Seizu greeted as he grabbed Naruto by the collar before continuing. By the way, why is a beautiful lady like yourself associating with a guy like this? Seizu propositioning was cut short as his face met with the bottom of Naruto's shoe. Get your greasy paws of the suit, asshole. And I told you before, breathe mints, shouted Naruto as he dusted himself off. Who the hell do you think you are, weakling? Roared Seizu. The entire attention of the hall was now focused on them. I'm not the one who resorts to molesting girls, because I'm too ugly to get one straight up, retorted Naruto. The two were now standing less than a foot apart. A fight was imminent until Moka intervened. Sorry, but I was having fun with Naruto. He can play with you later. She grabbed Naruto's hand and took off again. You can run for now. But sooner or later I'll have you, Moka Akashiya. Right after I tear your little boyfriend to pieces, thought Seizu as he watched them escape. Moka ran at a dead sprint and didn't stop, until they were near the edge of school grounds near some tombstones and dead trees. You didn't have to pull me out of there. I could have taken that guy easy, complained Naruto after they came to a halt. I didn't want you get in trouble on our first day, replied a pouting Moka. Naruto couldn't get angry at such a cute face. Fine, fine. Besides, we're on blood-sucking terms, she added with happy sigh. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Is that all I am? You should be proud of yourself. You have grade A blood, Naruto, way better than any of the blood I've had before from blood transfusion packs, exclaimed Moka. That's not as reassuring as you trying to make it sound, deadpanned Naruto. She turned away from him with a faint blush. Well, you were also my first. What? Shouted Naruto. You're the first person whose body I've ever fed from. It was so good I'll never forget the feeling, she trailed off with a dreamy look. Somehow not the first I was aiming for, thought Naruto. Common. Let's go explore some more. She grabbed a hold of his arm and was off to the races again. Despite how she looks, she drags me around like I weigh nothing, thought Naruto. After exploring the campus for a few more hours, they took a rest at the cafeteria. Moka stepped away to get some tomato juice from a vending machine, leaving Naruto to himself. He had really enjoyed the day so far, especially spending time with Moka. After having most of the females in his life trying to exercise some sort of authority over him and temper his natural enthusiasm, it was nice to have an active girl who embraced his freewheeling nature and just let him be himself. There was one thing that bugged him about the whole day though, Seizu Komiya. The guy just reeked of trouble among other things. He decided to contact Botan with his communicator to get a little background information. Oi, Botan, I need some info on a Seizu Komiya. demanded Naruto as the blue-haired girl appeared on the screen. You could be more polite about it. I don't know who's more rude, you or Yusuke, she complained. Hey, definitely me, he gloated. That wasn't supposed to be a compliment, she scolded. Why are digging up information on your classmates anyway? They guy basically stated his goal in life is to eat humans and molest pretty girls. I'm figuring he has a record, responded Naruto. Well, don't go jumping the gun and beating people up so the headmaster has to kick you out of school, she warned. Less nagging, more working. You know I could easily convince Koenma to hire another cute girl as my spirit detective assistant. In fact, I met one today. I'm not your assistant, I'm your manager. If it weren't for me, you two would have failed your first big case, shouted an irritated Botan. Sure, an arrow senin can be trusted around a hot springs, retorted Naruto. This is your first day, you know. Couldn't you take some time to integrate yourself as a student? Questioned Botan. I'm not here to be a student. I'm a spirit detective first and foremost. This guy's is bad news. The moment he steps out of line, I'll hunt down the rogue monster and take him out if need be, declared Naruto. Unknown to him, Moka had overheard the last part of their conversation as she approached. He's a spirit detective, a monster hunter. Oh no, I've got to get out of here, thought the pink-haired girl as she turned and fled with tears in her eyes. This went unnoticed by Naruto due to Botan reporting back all the information on Komiya. A guy like that won't be able to hold back for long. I need to get eyes on him before he actually hurts someone, stated Naruto. Wait, you, Botan was cut off as Naruto deactivated the communicator. Forming some shadow clones, he spread out to search for the rapist. Moka walked along the outskirts of the school grounds kicking a stone as tears formed in her eyes. Just my luck, to finally make a friend, and he turns out to be her musings. Air cut off as Seizu surprised her by sneaking behind her and grabbing her wrist. Hey, why is it you're all out here alone? Finally ditch that lame guy. A girl of your beauty is more deserving of a man like me, proclaimed Seizu as he tried to wrap an arm around her. Stay away, shrieked Moka as she pulled away from him. No, I don't think I can. When my body starts to ache like this, I just can't stay in human form any longer, growled Seizu as he transformed into his true form. No, someone help, cried out Moka as the hideous beast approached her. Ha, 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 I'm going to enjoy this little violation of school rules. Seizu's long tongue shot out of his mouth, licking Moka on the cheek. A kick to the side of his face that sent Seizu flying and halted his further advances on Moka. Haven't you heard no means no? Called out his attacker. The transformed Seizu turned to face his attacker, finding it to be Naruto. The blonde stood smirking at him with his arms folded across his chest. You, roared Seizu. People like you are really stupid. It did a little research on you. You're a rogue forced to come to this academy as a last resort because you kept molesting women in the human world. Did you really think that same shit would fly here just because the girls are monsters? Retorted Naruto angrily. Why would he care about monsters? Doesn't he hunt them? Questioned Moka. Why do you care? Questioned Seizu indignantly. Because I'm Naruto Uzumaki, spirit detective, proclaimed Naruto. I'm here to protect the yokai who want to live in peace from rogue beasts like you. Besides, it doesn't matter what you are, human or yokai. There are some pretty disgusting people on both sides, and if you show up on my shit list, I'll kick your ass. Moka had tears of joy in her eyes from his proclamation. Naruto, you really do care. Fuck you, Uzumaki. I'm got to tear you apart right in front of your little girlfriend, then I'm going to have a little fun with her, bellowed Seizu. You've already lost here. Get 'em boys, ordered an unfazed Naruto. A dozen Naruto clones emerged from the shadows, charging and attacking Seizu as the original walked over to Moka. You alright? Naruto asked. Sorry, I got here so late. I knew the guy was going to go after a girl at some point. I didn't really expect it to be so soon. Moka responded with an apology of her own. No, it's my fault for wandering off. I'm sorry for doubting you. I overheard you talking about being a spirit detective and thought you were here to hunt yokai. Don't sweat it, but keep that a secret, okay? Can't have my cover blown completely my first day on the job. Naruto replied with a grin. Naruto then noticed that Seizu had escaped from his clones and was headed straight for Moka with his claws outstretched. Naruto grabbed Moka and spun around taking the claw stab into his back. Seizu was pulled back as the remaining clones regrouped and levied another assault on him. "Naruto!" cried out Moka. "My fault for not paying attention. Don't worry, I heal fast," he gasped out, pulling back from her. Moka suddenly realized that in his effort to protect her, Naruto somehow grabbed her Rosario, and when he pulled away it came off. How did he? Her thoughts were cut short as she was engulfed in an aura of power. Naruto, his clones, and Seizu all stared as Moka transformed from a beautiful teenage girl into an adult goddess. With the sliver hair and red-slitted eyes of her true form, she truly looked the part of a fierce vampire. Naruto just stared at her in disbelief. "Where the hell have you been hiding? Stand back, Naruto Uzumaki. This is my fight now," she ordered. The thought of someone else infringing on his fight brought him back to his senses. "Hold on, I'm already healed. I want some payback first. He tore my suit, but he did try to rape you, so you can have the finisher," stated Naruto as he stepped forward. For some reason the aura from Moka was really pumping him up. Interesting, thought Moka. He's not intimidated by my aura, in fact he seems encouraged by it. Naruto removed his sunglasses and set his eyes on Seizu. The beast suddenly found himself unable to move thanks to Naruto's Jagan-enhanced eyes. Naruto charged and hammered him in the gut with his fist, causing Seizu to double over in pain as blood shot out of his mouth. "There's plenty more where that came from. One for every girl you've molested," bellowed Naruto as he followed with punch that nailed Seizu in the face. As he reeled backwards, Naruto moved behind him and slammed an elbow into his spine, causing a loud bone-cracking sound. As Seizu cried out in pain, Naruto grabbed him by the neck and flung him headfirst towards Moka. The vampire pulled back her leg and delivered a bone-shattering kick to Seizu's chin. "Know your place." The powerful kick sent Seizu sailing off into the distance, reminding Naruto of the finishing blows Tsunade gave Jiraiya. Naruto just stared at her, stunned. "I knew she was powerful, but damn. I think she's as strong as the old hag." Moka had turned to face him, pleased by his response to her display of power. "Are you scared of me?" "No, more like I'm a bit jealous. You're stronger than me, but that won't last for long. Once I regain my full power and master my new ones, I want to fight you," declared Naruto. He immediately realized how idiotic that statement was when she reappeared in front of him. He prepared himself for an attack, when she suddenly placed his sunglasses back on his face and wiped some stray blood from his jacket. He watched as she put the bloody finger in her mouth and licked it clean. "Such delicious blood. I can see why my other self likes it so much. You are an interesting one, Naruto Uzumaki. Babysit the other sentimental Moka until we meet again." She immediately placed the Rosario back on her chain, reverting back to the teenage outer Moka. Naruto grabbed the unconscious girl before she collapsed to the ground. "I just had to go after a vampire girl who likes the flavor of my blood and has split personalities. Yep, just another typical day," grumbled Naruto as he felt Moka sink her fangs into his neck and take a drink. "Yep, another typical day," he sighed as Moka drank her fill. "Everybody loves Naruto. You know, it would be nice if you asked before sucking down your fill," complained Naruto. "Oh," as Moka sunk her fangs into his neck for a morning snack. After navigating the herds of annoying fanboys and fangirls on their way from the dorms, the two met up outside the cafeteria. Naruto had barely opened his instant ramen cup when she latched on. "Sorry Naruto, but you just taste so good," shouted Moka, causing every male nearby to shoot back with a massive nosebleed. "I think I might be becoming addicted to you. Your blood is so yummy and your aroma is irresistible." Naruto merely shook his head and rubbed his neck where the bite mark had already healed before slurping down his noodles. While being her favorite snack didn't really affect him physically, it was still annoying to be a snack nonetheless. However, it also ensured she would keep quiet about his true identity at the school, even though she didn't seem to be the type of person to out him anyway. Somehow sensing what he was thinking, Moka spoke some comforting words. "You know I'll help you out when you need it and keep your job a secret too," she reassured him. "How did you end up as a spirit detective, if you're a yokai anyway?" Let's just say I was born closer to what you would call a half-breed like a witch. And due to various events I am now considered part demon. He answered in a tone that indicated that was all he was going to divulge on the matter for now. Right as he said this, one of his clones doing surveillance dispelled with some information. You go on and head to class. I've got a little work to do, then I'll catch up, he said before vanishing in a puff of smoke. I wonder what happened, Moka questioned aloud before moving on to homeroom. Naruto made his way towards the area the clone dispelled from. It was just outside one of the main buildings, where he found a girl crawling along the ground, apparently in pain. Are you all right? He asked the kneeling girl as he rushed over. When she looked up, he came face to face with a beautiful blue-haired girl with very ample assets. She's like a mini blue-haired Ba-chan. He thought. Help me, please lend a hand, I suddenly started feeling ill, she said faintly. Naruto grabbed her hand and helped her to her feet, putting an arm around her to hold her up. Whoa. I got you. Let's get you over to the infirmary. Thank you so much. I've always had a weak body, she replied softly while leaning in closer against him. Don't worry about it, I'm happy to help, he replied with a smile. Ah, my chest. Hold me tighter, she suddenly exclaimed while leaning in even closer to him, rubbing her chest up against him. So soft, thought a now drooling Naruto. My chest feels like it's going to burst, she exclaimed while rubbing up against him even more. If you keep doing that my pants will too, he thought. Hey, look into my eyes Naruto-kun, she asked kindly after calming down. This brought Naruto out of his perverted daze momentarily. Hold up, I never told her my name. I'm Kurono Kurumu. Please be a good friend to me, okay? She asked after flipping up his sunglasses and looking deep into his eyes. Naruto suddenly felt a strange feeling come over him. It's some kind of compulsion charm, like a genjutsu. My eyes are protecting me, but I'll play along for a little while to see what she really wants, thought Naruto as he embraced her, nuzzling his head against the crook of her neck. Fa, Kya, what are you doing? She squealed with glee. As he picked her up bridal style and headed towards the main building, she had a small smirk on her face. Meanwhile Moka sat in class a little worried that it had been a few hours and the real Naruto still hadn't shown up. He had a clone covering for him, but she couldn't smell the scent of his blood, so she knew it was a copy. Where are you? She thought while letting out a sigh. Later, as Moka was leaving class to head to lunch, Shot spotted the real Naruto with Kurumu rubbing up against him in the hallway. Who is that you're with? Thought a slightly jealous Moka. Who was the girl with Naruto? What is she to him? Thought a slightly depressed Moka later as she wandered the halls. They looked like lovers, all over each other like that. Why is this troubling me so much? Is it because when I'm around Naruto I just want to suck his blood? She questioned herself aloud. It was then that her other self from within the Rosario spoke out to her, stop feeling so down. You need to be more alert. Someone is targeting you. Huh, who's there? Who is that voice? Questioned Moka as she looked around, but someone else interrupted before her other self could respond. So you're the supposed vampire. Moka Akashiya. Moka turned and looked up to see Kurumu sitting on the handrail of the stairs. At least, that's what the rumors say. You're the one from earlier. What did you do to Naruto? Moka demanded. Kurumu hopped down and landed right in front of Moka. I didn't do anything. I just made myself known to him because I want to defeat you. As typical, when two of the hottest girls in school gather, nearly every male in the vicinity gathered around to ogle. The blue-haired chick is short, but her boobs are huge. Yeah, but Moka is definitely the #1 girl in school. I would be so hot if they kissed right now. I would be even hotter if I did both of them at the same time. I'd settle for a cat fight. Defeat me? A confused Moka questioned. The two girls were completely oblivious to those around them. I am the succubus Kurumu Kurono, and I won't let you stand in my way, declared Kurumu. Isn't it against school rules to give away your true form? An even further confused Moka asked. Who cares? I can't stand you anymore. You're in the way of my plan, accused Kurumu. Plan. Now everyone in the hall eavesdropping on the conversation was lost. Kurumu let out a low chuckle before continuing. Yes, my plan is to make every male member of the student body at this academy completely become my slave. The Yukai Academy harem transformation plan. That has got to be the worst plan I have ever heard of, thought everyone collectively. She immediately lost points with the most of the male populace for it. A harem of guys. What is she, a closet yaoi fan girl? No, she's too hot for that. Maybe she's into gangbangs. Well, I'm just throwing it out there. How about Buck? No way, dude. Just no. There's still hope for a cat fight. My plan was perfect. I should have had every boy in the school enslaved by my beauty from the start. Kurumu continued. However, Moka Akashiya, the guys at this school are dreaming of you rather than me. Actually, we're dreaming of both of you, at the same time. Was the collective thought of the drooling males awaiting some sort of action between the two girls. This stops now. I won. She let anyone defeat me in a battle of feminine charm, proclaimed Kurumu. Wait a minute. Keep Naruto out of this. He's got nothing to do with it, pleaded Moka. He has a really good scent, probably why you're all over him. You're using him as food, aren't you? Accused Kurumu. The look on your face when he's taken from you will be a sight to see. No, I'm not using him. Stammered Moka, shocked by the accusation. See, that's why I've decided I'm going to prove I'm better than you by stealing Naruto Uzumaki from you. Kurumu declared. At this moment said boy made himself known descending down the stairs. Why the hell are all these people standing around in the hall? He thought before he spotted Moka and Kurumu. Moka, there you are. Sorry, I haven't been around, I've been working, began Naruto. Only to be cut off by Kurumu. Oh hell no, not that guy again. Who the hell is he? Rabble, 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 rabble. Wait, this might be good, if they're fighting over him we'll still get to see a cat fight. Shit, I wanted to let Moka know I was going to be faking, but I can't now. Maybe I still can, thought Naruto. Moka stared at them with a tick mark on her forehead, barely keeping herself in check. Thank you so much for earlier, squealed Kurumu again. It was no problem, he happily replied. What's with you? Worried about someone, yet you have that happy look on your face, growled Moka, the rage rolling off of her. Shit, she's fucking pissed, thought Naruto. He's happy because he knows I'm not just using him for a snack, gloated Kurumu as she turned his face towards her, flipping up his sunglasses and trying to charm him again. No, Naruto, that's not true, exclaimed Moka as her rage evaporated into worry. It's her who is trying to deceive you. However, Naruto decided he had to continue to play along and pretended the charm worked. Don't worry, you can just ask for your fill later. I'm going to hang out with Kurumu now, okay? He responded in a somewhat hollow manner. Hopefully she gets it. Moka just stood there stunned as the two walked off, still embracing each other. I'm still feeling a little weak, can we go back to the infirmary? Asked Kurumu as they departed. Some time later Moka still remained in the same spot, slunk against the wall with a depressed look on her face. Is that truly the only reason I'm around Naruto? I want him for his blood, she questioned herself. There's no reason to be depressed. A voice spoke out to her. Huh. Moka looked around before finally looking down and noticing the Rosario was glowing. My other self, she realized. The succubus charm has no effect on Naruto Uzumaki. Didn't you notice he said we could ask for our fill? If he was under her charm in the slightest he wouldn't have said that. Spoke inner Moka. Then what is he doing? Questioned outer Moka. I suppose he is trying to figure out her true motives. Since we know already we should inform him. Inner Moka replied. Moka immediately took off towards the infirmary. The look on her face was priceless, thought Kurumu as she leaned back on her bed in the infirmary. She convinced the nurse to let her have a room to rest in even though nothing was wrong with her. A little wiggle of her assets had easily convinced Naruto to sit with her also. Now all I need to do is seal the deal with Naruto, and I win. She crawled into Naruto's lap and pressed his face into her. Bust. You must be sad after finding out that nasty vampire only liked you for your blood. Kurumu will make you feel all better. She's really making me regret what I'm about to do, thought Naruto as he held himself back from motorboating her glorious mounts. So what does you want? He questioned. Huh, responded a startled Kurumu as she pulled herself back from him. You are obviously using me to accomplish some higher goal. What is it? Naruto reiterated. What the hell? Why is my charm not working? Screamed Kurumu. It never did. I knew you were trying to use me for some reason. So I played along to find out why. The fact that you had a nice chest and rubbed it up against me was also an added bonus, stated Naruto nonchalantly. You tricked me, accused Kurumu. Turnabout is fair play, he retorted. Arg, I can't believe after I've done for you, some of it was so embarrassing. Ranted Kurumu. So she's not as shallow or easy as she pretends, observed Naruto. It's that vampire bitch, isn't it? She put you up to this. I'll destroy everyone that has anything to do with her, screamed Kurumu as she transformed. She sprouted wings and a tail along with long nails and pointy ears as her true form revealed itself. Naruto shifted into a battle stance as she charged them, only for them both to be distracted by the arrival of Moka. Stop it! Get away from Naruto! Shrieked Moka as she charged and shoved Kurumu right out the window. I really hope those wings are functional, commented Naruto. Naruto, I'm sorry you got mixed up with this. She's targeting you to get revenge on me, exclaimed Moka. Naruto waved off her concern. It's not a big deal. I knew something was up from the get-go. To believe I was thrown so far. A vampire's strength is really something. Come out now. I'll destroy both of you together, yelled Kurumu. Naruto grabbed Moka and hopped out the window with Kurumu circling overhead. A feisty one Time to get wild, stated a grinning Naruto as he formed an all-too-familiar hand sign. Wait, take off my rosary, pleaded Moka. Naruto looked back at her annoyed. What? Release the seal. I must fight this girl. She's been after me this whole time, pleaded Moka again. Damn it, I really wanted to fight. But it's like I can't say no to that face, thought Naruto. Fine, have it your way, grumbled Naruto as he pulled of the Rosario. You better rip off some clothing to at least make this worth my while. Kurumu was stunned and slightly scared by the explosion of Moka's aura as she transformed into her true form. However, after seeing the beautiful adult Moka, jealousy and bravado won out over fear. HMPH. Don't mess around with me. There's no way I could lose. We succubi seek a destined encounter among the men we tempt. Out of all the men there will only be one who is our destined one, who will help keep our small race from dying out. I won't let you get away with standing in my way no matter what, declared Kurumu. So that's it. That pathetic reason is why you bare your fangs at the likes of me. Foolish girl, know your place, yelled Moka. Mew charged Moka, trying to slice the vampire in two, only for Moka to dodge easily and grab onto her tail. Too slow. Why don't I rip off these wings and tail you're so proud of? Mocked Moka as she nked her up by her tail before swinging down, slamming Kurumu into the ground back first, creating a huge crater. Kurumu gasped out in pain as her body impacted. That attack was far too weak for someone of my level. You may have the attitude of a devil, but underneath it all you're nothing more than a weak little girl. I'll make sure you know your place, threatened Moka as she stalked towards the downed succubus. Kurumu cried out in fear and pain as she approached. That's enough, commanded Naruto, stepping in between you. You've had your fun, time to go back to sleep. What are you doing? Move, ordered Moka. This woman not only intended to trick you, but she wanted to kill you as well. There's no reason for you to kill her. She's no real threat. I just needed to see where her true motives lie. She's not really that dangerous, outside of being a hormonal teenage girl. I thought you were above all that. Or did the fact she was trying to take me away really get to you that much? Countered Naruto. HMPH. Don't misunderstand me, Naruto Uzumaki. I just didn't want your blood stolen away from me. I'm different from the other Moka, retorted Moka. As if that wasn't totally obvious, she's not a conceited bitch, replied a slightly annoyed Naruto, but Moka had already put the Rosario back on and collapsed into his arms. Somehow, I feel like I'm the one who lost out here. Not only did I not get to fight, I'm going to need an ice-cold fucking shower, grumbled Naruto as he picked up the other unconscious girl and started making his way towards the school. The next day, Moka explained to Naruto about her inner self speaking to her through the Rosario. So the Rosario can talk to you. That sucks. Hopefully she's too lazy to bother you much. One of my best friends Add a demon and a crazy priest sealed inside him. It almost drove him insane, stated Naruto. Actually it did. It is strange. Hopefully the seal isn't weakening, added Moka. You don't have too much to worry about. Even if the seal went away you'd still be you, right? I didn't used to be so lucky, reassured Naruto. Even now there's no telling what will happen to me. Single quote. Naruto, whispered Moka as she gave him a heartfelt look. Touched by his words. Good morning, greeted Kurumu as she popped up right behind them, startling them both. Not this one again, thought Naruto as he let out an annoyed sigh. Naruto-kun, I baked some cookies, won't you eat them with me? Asked Kurumu. Why me? Groaned Naruto, dreading the answer. Remember when I told you I was searching for my one and only destined one? I've decided it's Naruto, proclaimed Kurumu. Exclaimed Moka and Naruto. After you risked your life for me, I couldn't help but fall for you, added Kurumu. Immediately she and Moka started bickering, leaving Naruto to start pulling on his hair in frustration. Somehow this isn't how I planned it. These girls are fucking crazy. One likes my blood and the other thinks I'm her destined one. I'm just trying to get laid by a cute girl. There's only one way out of this now. Pull an arrow senin, thought Naruto. If you wanted to touch you just had to ask, she stated with a shy pout. Moka leveled a glare at the two, but the entire thing was too much for Naruto to handle. So soft, cried out Naruto as he passed out with a massive nosebleed. Moka's irritation was soon forgotten at the sight of Naruto's blood as she and Kurumu started a tug of war over his body. The next day Naruto found himself in homeroom, and as usual he was bored out of his mind. I should they trained myself today at let a clone attend class, instead of vice versa. You should all be exited, today is a very special day, cheerfully declared Nekonome. Most of the students groaned at Nekonome's enthusiasm. Being that the goal of this academy is to train monsters to adapt to human society, starting today you're all going to be taking up club activities, she explained. Naruto droned out her long explanation, instead focusing on the tail that was wagging at the bottom of her skirt. I understand Arosani now that I'm older. The temptations are everywhere, thought Naruto as he tried to will her tail to lift up her skirt even higher. He dropped out of his daydreaming when she proceeded to claw a student in the face for insulting her transformation abilities. But the consequences of falling to those temptations are dire. Instead of giving unwanted advances, let them come to you, thought Naruto as Moka dragged him from the class to go searching for a club. After some time of searching among the crowds, Naruto got separated from Moka as she went to investigate clubs that catered more to girls' interests. He stood off to the side of the hall frowning with his hands in his pockets. This is a waste of time, growled Naruto. All these clubs suck. I wouldn't say that, surely someone like you could appreciate that. Swim club, a sultry voice called out from his left. He turned to face a pretty dark-haired girl in revealing outfit. Images of Moka and Kurumu in bathing suits flashed through his mind before he sadly shot the idea down. While it would be nice to see the girls in swimsuits, Moka can't join because she's a vampire. Yo Naruto, how about the photography club? A nerdy-looking boy holding a camera called out to him. Soon he found himself surrounded on all sides. Naruto, over here. The chemistry club, shouted a group that stormed over. Screw that, he's going to be with us. The tea club, shrieked some girls. Why the hell does everyone want this guy in their club? Questioned a guy from the soccer club as he observed the mob surrounding Naruto. He's the guy the two hottest first-year girls are fighting over. Any club he joins, they'll follow, replied the guy next to him. Oi, Naruto, the soccer club, over here, he yelled while trying to make his way through. You know what, you guys need to give me some space, stated Naruto, not liking all these people crowding around him. Yes, give the man some space. He'll be coming with us. The karate club, ordered a large muscular guy as he marched through crowd with about half a dozen club members knocking people aside. I'll be coming with you, questioned an indignant Naruto. Yeah, you don't have a choice in the matter, replied the smug-looking leader. I've been looking for a good scrap. Let's go, declared a beckoning Naruto. All right, I see a little demonstration is in order. The club leader stepped aside and two second-year students stepped forward. They rushed Naruto, both leaping with flying kicks. Naruto moved too quickly for them to follow and appeared right in between the two of them, landing punches in their guts, easily taking them down. The next three charged, the first leading with an attack ahead of the second two. Naruto deflected the blow before grabbing and throwing him into a guy charging him from the right. He then nailed the last of the trio with a spinning kick that sent him flying into a wall. Impressive. Looks like you be bringing skill along with eye candy too, bellowed the leader, but he was cut off as a Naruto elbowed him in he gut before hammering him in the chin with an uppercut. As the leader stumbled backwards, Naruto grabbed him by the back of neck and dragged him across the room before slamming him head first into a trash can. With his legs dangling out the top, Naruto immediately turned to face the crowd and flipped up his sunglasses and let loose a massive amount of killing intent as his Jagan-enhanced eyes seemed to pulse with energy. Let it be known that Naruto Uzumaki is the number punk of Yokai Academy. Anybody who wants to dispute that can tell it to my fists. Immediately the mob dissembled as people fled the hall in fear. While pranking people has its merits, the Yusuke approach is much more effective, thought Naruto as he cracked his knuckles in a menacing fashion. A few days later, Naruto ambled through the walls aimlessly, still not having found a club. He hadn't seen Moka around too much, figuring she'd already found a club that suited her. Damn it, I still have to join a club, grumbled Naruto. And I need one where I can come and go as I please, no questions asked. Oh Naruto, we were looking for you. Naruto turned to face his homeroom teacher and Moka. You are the only one who hasn't joined a club yet, exclaimed Nekognome. Yeah, well, I haven't found a good one, mumbled Naruto. Excellent. Moka said you might be interested in joining my club, the newspaper club. Moka is the only one that has joined, so it might get shut down, she trailed off. Naruto, you should join up. It'll be fun to go around and investigate things for stories, added Moka. Good looking out, Moka, thought Naruto as he caught on to what she was really saying. Alright, let's do it. Great, I'm joining too, exclaimed Kurumu, who seemingly popped up out of nowhere. Immediately she entered into a stare-off with Moka. Naruto sighed at the feuding girls. I wonder if this is what the Tem felt like. Nah. He was definitely gay, thought Naruto. The rebirth of true literature. Please Naruto-kun, asked Moka with a pouting look. Naruto sighed before shaking his head in exasperation. Go ahead. While still annoying, Naruto was starting to enjoy the finer points of Moka sucking his blood. Like the way she rubbed up against him as she fed. As soon as Moka had her fill, she moved back into her seat and Naruto experienced the new secondary benefit of those bites. Yes, this is the life, thought a drooling Naruto as Kurumu and Moka started their morning stare down. Well then, everyone, thanks for joining my club, greeted Nekognome sensei as she entered the classroom, ending the trio's morning festivities. So let's begin the club activities for the Yokai Academy newspaper club. We're the only members, shouted the collective minds of Kurumu, Moka, and Naruto. I know I only signed up at the last minute, but is it just us three? Questioned Kurumu. Don't be silly, replied Nekognome sensei. Excuse me, called out a male voice as the classroom door opened. See, he here comes right now. Our only other member, stated Nekognome. Only one more. Not a big difference, thought Naruto. I'm sorry everyone. Here I am late on the first day, a dark-haired teen carrying a pair of bouquets of flowers behind his back entered. Greetings. I'm the president of the newspaper club, Jine Morioka. Pleased to meet ya, he greeted with a sparkling smile. President, thought Moka and Kurumu. Immediately Naruto's bullshit radar went nuts, the cheesy smile, the flowers, and compliments. I smell an arrow, President. Perverts far beyond your capabilities have met defeat at my hands. Prepare yourself. Nekognome sensei told me all about our beautiful club members. Please accept these used chopsticks. Jin was puzzled. The flowers in his hands had somehow become hopsticks with bits of ramen noodles on them. No thank you, replied Kurumu as she and Moka slowly backed away from Jin towards Naruto. In honor of joining our new club, I brought you girls some flowers, exclaimed Naruto as he whipped Jin's flowers out from behind his back. He was rewarded with simultaneous hugs from the girls. Oh Naruto-kun. How thoughtful. They squealed. Behind their backs Naruto gave Jin a look that said, "Sucker." Naruto 1, Jin 0. Jin responded with a look that screamed, "You bastard." Jin-kun is the club's only second-year member. Just ask him anything you don't know about the club, okay? Advised Nekognome. Well, I must be going, since I have a staff meeting. Take care of the rest of the introductory meeting, Jin-kun. Sensei, you're leaving already? Asked a disappointed Moka. Yes, now I'll have plenty of time to pay back this brat. Jin's aspirations for revenge were suddenly halted when, as he stared down Naruto, the blonde gave him a look that sent chills down his spine. Open season on the perv. Thought Naruto as a maniacal grin spread across his face. See you later everyone. Make friends with your senpai, okay? With wave Nekognome sensei exited the room. Well, let's see. I suppose an explanation of what the club does is in order, stated Jin while giving off his cheesy smile. The goal of the newspaper club is to publish the school newspaper. Most of your activity will be reporting on all kinds of things within the academy and putting them in the newspaper. We'll be put into dangerous situations time after time for the sake of reporting. I'll tell you right now, this ain't gonna be no easy ride. Once you've joined, you should prepare yourself. After this there was an awkward silence which Moka tried to break. He seems like someone we can depend on, right? Naruto caught the malicious grin that quickly flashed across Jin's face, before returning to his cheesy smile. We don't need him. I've studied under a master of gathering information. Information that people would kill for. This little club is nothing, boasted Naruto, still sporting his insane grin. He suddenly pulled a kunai out of nowhere and spun it around his finger. Perhaps you'd like to learn some of my interview techniques. Is this guy insane? Thought Jin as sweat poured down his face. That won't be necessary. I was just messing with ya. Let's have some fun without all the strict talk. He disarmingly replied while pulling out a poster and holding it up for the three of them to see. This is our poster ad, let's put it up on the back wall. They moved to the back of the classroom to hang up the posters. Moka and Kurumu stood on top of two chairs, trying to put the posters on the wall as Naruto idly organized some papers while keeping an eye on Jin. Senpai, is this high enough to stick the posters? Asked Moka. No, just a bit higher, replied Jin. I see your game, thought Naruto as he discreetly moved across the room and opened one of the windows. Questioned Kurumu, frustrated because she could barely reach to where it was now. What, even higher? Asked Moka in a slightly annoyed tone. Yay, much higher, ordered Jin, only to be interrupted by Naruto leaning over and whispering something into his ear. I have just witnessed something even greater than looking up skirts. Swim club, white t-shirts, water fight, whispered Naruto. Maybe this guy isn't so bad after all, thought Jin as he moved over to the open window. When he looked out he caught sight of several Naruto clones in their XY jutsu forms with different colors of hair, giving him the finger before vanishing in a puff of smoke. What the? Jin was cut off as Naruto hip checked him out the window before slamming it shut. What happened to senpai? Questioned Kurumu as they looked back down, only seeing Naruto. He forgot to give something to Nekognome sensei. He said to leave the posters where the meeting is over. As class let out for the day, Jin spotted Naruto and Moka walking off towards the dorms. Jin spotted a pair of girls, a redhead and a blonde, walking past and decided to get some info on the two. Excuse me girls. Have a sec. They both replied. I was wondering if you could tell me something, stated Jin. What is it? Asked the blonde girl. That Naruto guy and Moka-san are always together, but are they dating? Asked Jin. Well, I'm not really sure, but they are a good match, aren't they? Replied the redhead. Yeah, it kind of makes sense for the school beauty and school bad boy to go together, right? Added the blonde. Moka has the kind of beauty that even charms other women, and Naruto's not bad looking either, on top of being the school rebel. Exclaimed the redhead. School rebel? Questioned a confused Jin. Yeah, he beat up the karate club captain the other day because he just looked at him wrong, informed the redhead. Plus rumor has it that Moka has been seen kissing Naruto on the neck. So they might be dating, stated the blonde. Wha? You say kiss on his neck? Stammered Jin before grabbing his hair and nearly ripping it out in frustration. No way. You've gotta be kidding me. You've gotta be kidding me. Naruto-kun. Kya, what's with him? Shrieked both girls as he ran away. The next day Jin spotted Naruto walking through the halls. He decided the previous night that he needed to get the blonde away from Moka and hatched a plan to do so. Yo, Naruto, exclaimed Jin as he approached Naruto. Oh senpai, sorry about the other day, the girls had turned back to see what we were doing and I had to cover for us. Replied Naruto with a fake grin. Yeah right asshole, thought Jin. No worries, thanks for having my back. Come with me, today's club activities are outside. Do you actually think you're going to pull a fast one on me? Thought Naruto. No problem senpai, let's go. The duo made their way outside towards back of the school. Are we really doing club activities out here? This place is kind of out of the way, observed Naruto. Don't worry, everyone will show up real soon, replied Jin as they rounded a corner. Here we are. This is the place. We're doing club activities in an alley, questioned Naruto. Look over there at that window up there. Why don't you take a peek inside? It's not going to bite. Just take a look. It'll be interesting, suggested Jin. Bingo. You're trying to get me caught peeping. It was only one time that even Ero Sennin managed such a feat. That's why I always carry this around now. After making his way over towards the window, Naruto looked back to make sure Jin's back was turned before slipping some spray glue out of his pocket and spraying it on the crate in front of him. He then coated his feet with chakra so not to get stuck himself as he stepped on to get eye level with the window. Oh, and one more thing, spoke Jin as he ran his fingers through his hair. Moka-san is even better than I heard. You know, I really like her. She's even got me falling in love with her at first sight. I'm serious. I'm going to make sure Akashiya Moka becomes my woman. Normally those would have been fighting words for Naruto. But if all went according to his plan, Jin would get his soon enough. As Naruto looked up towards the window, he discreetly made the hand sign for the substitution technique and swapped places with Jin. Said boy was shocked to find himself peering into the girl's changing room instead of his camera. The flash of his camera going off brought him back to focus. What? How? Naruto waved Jin's camera in front of his face as the confused boy stared at him in shock. Hey, you should know better than to fuck with Naruto Uzumaki, the number punk of Ukai Academy. I would beat the shit out you myself. But I think they have first dibs. Naruto cupped his hands before shouting, pervert, peeping in the girl's changing room. Jin slowly turned back in horror to find the girls in the changing room all covering themselves while giving him a death glare. As he turned to flee, he found himself glued to crate he was standing on and tripped over. As he heard the stampede of righteous female fury, he rolled over and attempted to hop away with the crate still glued to his feet, but something nailed him in the back of the head, and then all he knew was pain. The next night, Moka stood on the roof looking over the railing as she waited for Naruto and Kurumu to meet up with her. Oh, so this is where you've been, Moka-san. A voice came from behind Moka. She turned around to face Jin, who was waving and smiling at her. It's night already. Look, it's a beautiful full moon tonight, Jin said as he looked up at the moon, a mysterious grin spreading across his face. Jin-senpai, questioned a confused Moka, unsure of why he was here. I'm sorry to tell you this, but that Naruto guy you hang out with is bad news, stated Jin casually. Huh, replied Moka. Yeah, he's a real bully. He just harasses and beats people up for no reason. He even went after me. Take a look at these photos. He pulled out some doctored photos of him getting beaten by Naruto, when it really had been the girls he'd gotten caught peeping on. There must be some kind of mistake, exclaimed Moka. No mistake. It's a shame, huh? Jin wrapped an arm around her. You should just forget about that guy. Murmured Moka, starting to feel uncomfortable. Tonight, I'll console you, whispered Jin. No thanks. Moka tried to pull away from him, but he wouldn't let her go. Hey, let go. I'm only trying to hold you tenderly, said Jin. No, you're trying to feel me up, shrieked Moka. Haha. Well, it is a full moon, isn't it? On nights with a full moon, I'm overcome with a feeling of power and suddenly lose all control, stated Jin as he stared up at the moon. He turned back to Moka and puckered his lips. Stop. Those photos must be fakes. Naruto-kun isn't the type of person to be mean for no reason. As she tried to pull away from him, a kunai suddenly sailed by Jin's face, knocking the teen on his ass. He stared from where the kunai stabbed into the ground and followed its path of flight back to Naruto, who was standing on the edge of a nearby roof with Kurumu. "You've been caught red-handed, you greasy bastard," proclaimed Naruto. "You bastard. You're the one responsible for my humiliation these past few days. I've been labeled a peeper." Jin roared back. "Dude, you are a peeper," deadpanned Naruto. "Yeah, I was following you guys the other day and saw how you tried to set up Naruto-kun. You got what you deserved," declared Kurumu. "I don't like dirty guys," declared Moka while sticking her tongue out at him. "You can't be serious. Looks like you're leaving me no other choice." He suddenly crouched over as winds whipped around his body violently as his Yukai energy spiked and he transformed into his true form, a werewolf. "I'll take you by force and make you my woman, Moka Akashiya," he roared, only to be startled by a second explosion of demon energy on the roof as Naruto pulled off Moka's Rosario. "Do you really think you can take her by force?" J.O.K. ed Naruto as he pointed at the fully transformed Moka, her aura even more imposing than Jin's. "Hey, this is Moka-san's true form. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Even after transforming, you are still beautiful, Moka-san," exclaimed Jin. He leapt into the air towards her. "I don't care if you are a vampire, I'll still beat you down and make you my woman." "Don't mess around with me," started Moka onl. Why to be cut off as a kick from Naruto blindsided Jin, knocking him off course. The werewolf growled as he skidded back along the ground. "While she may not need me to fight her battles for her, she's only here to watch," stated Naruto as he loosened his tie and discarded his jacket. "This is," started Moka, only to be cut off by Naruto. "Even though I did call dibs on the next fight when you fought Kurumu, I'll let you, not your other self, have a drink of my blood for this fight," stated Naruto. "I was going to say this your fight since I got the last one, but since you offered your blood so freely to me, who am I to refuse?" replied Moka with a smirk. "Fool, do think a low-class thug like you is a match for me? You only surprised me before, with my true speed you don't stand a chance," growled Jin. Naruto's reply was only to make a beckoning gesture, causing Jin to charge. The wolf blurred and reappeared in front of Naruto, slashing him across the chest, only for Naruto to vanish in a puff of smoke and be replaced by a log. Naruto attempted to strike Jin from his blind side, but the wolf blurred away again. Jin returned to the offensive, blurring around the roof trying to slash Naruto, only for the blonde to escape a critical blow via a dodge or substitution technique every time. "He's moving so fast, how can he keep up with him?" questioned Kurumu. "He must have faced an even faster opponent in the past," replied Moka as she watched with a critical eye. "You won't win this fight being on the run the whole time, Uzumaki. Your speed is good, but you've got nothing on Hiei. Hot Naruto as he evaded another strike. "I know I'm faster than you, how are you evading me?" growled Jin as he barely grazed Naruto's shirt with a slash. "I can do this all day," taunted Naruto. "My body may not be as fast as his, but my eyes help me anticipate his moves." Jin zoomed towards Naruto, slashing the blonde across the arm. However, Naruto shook of the blow like it was nothing and nailed the werewolf with a punch to the side of the face, sending him skidding backwards. Suddenly the clouds overhead shifted, revealing the full moon. "It's over for you now. The full moon brings a werewolf's power to its peak. As long as it's out, I'm invincible." Moka moved to jump into the fray, only to be halted by Naruto. "Stay right where you are. Full moon or not, this chump can't beat me," declared the blonde. Jin's speed picked up significantly as he blurred around the roof. Naruto merely crossed his arms in front of himself to block. The werewolf slashed away at the blonde mercilessly. Gouges formed on his arms and tears in his clothes, but Naruto stood firm. "How do you plan to beat me if you can't attack? Maybe if you revealed your true form you might stand a chance," mocked Jin. "Ha, I need nothing more than my eyes to beat you." Naruto as he removed his sunglasses and pocketing them, revealing his slitted Jagan-enhanced eyes. "Thanks to these eyes of mine, I've quickly become accustomed to your speed and attack patterns. I recognize those eyes, How did he get a natural dragon? What kind of yokai is he? Never mind that, with the full moon, I'm still unbeatable. Thought Jin. Jin blurred out of sight, going in for a slash of Naruto's neck only for his claw to be grasped by Naruto's bare hand holding him in place. As blood leaked from the wound on Naruto's hand, Jin went to slash with his other claw. But Naruto's eyes suddenly pulsed and he found himself unable to move. What is this? I can't move, roared Jin. Ha, your speed doesn't do you any good if you can't move, mocked Naruto as he outstretched his free hand palm up. A clone appeared next to him, forming his father's signature attack in his hand. This is not good, thought a panicking Jin as he felt the power emitting from the impending attack. Rasengan. Naruto shoved the spiraling sphere right into Jin's chest, sending the werewolf flying and crashing into and through a building wall. Shit, I didn't mean to send him through the wall, I might have killed him. He then heard a loud groan followed by a thud. Phew, he's still alive. I'll take him to the infirmary, see you girls later. You're going to let him go? What about your drink of blood? Questioned Kurumu as Naruto went to go dig Jin out. I can collect it anytime, do you think he would have the audacity to refuse me? Replied Moka as she put the Rosario back on. Actually, yes, unlike me, he's not afraid of you, murmured Kurumu as she held up the unconscious Moka. The next day as Jin turned to leave the infirmary, he found Naruto standing in the doorway. Ah, no more, I give, shouted the werewolf. Relax, I'm not here to torment you anymore. I'm here to tell you that you've passed the test, stated Naruto. Passed the test? Asked a confused Jin. My sensei was a great man, a shameful man, but a great man nonetheless. He possessed two great legacies. He was both a powerful warrior and a magnificent writer. Due to circumstances, I was only able to fulfill half of his legacy. I am the last great warrior he ever taught. His true pride, however, laid in his legacy as the super pervert, declared Naruto. I am impossible, stammered Jin. I thought the tales were mere myths. Wow, it seems your perversion transcended dimensions. Ero Senin, thought Naruto as he whipped out a notebook and handed it to Jin. No, they were indeed true. A man whose peeping skills and evasion techniques knew no bounds. His research always top-notch, the great Jiraiya-sama never failed to immortalize a beautiful woman. This research is incredible. The details. He even documented all the tools required of a great researcher, stated Jin as he flipped through the notebook. I thought you were just some overeager Chloe. When you pulled that girl's peeping scam, but the way you took that beating, you have the ability to become the successor, declared Naruto. But, started Jin only to be cut off by Naruto. No buts, only buts. Don't you owe it to your fellow men to carry on the great legacy, and spread the greatness of Ika to all the corners of the world, bellowed the blonde. Yes, yelled Jin. Then go forth and do research, ordered Naruto. Honorable Jiraiya-sama, I'll make you proud, exclaimed Jin as he raced out of the room. Not only did I prank him once again, I've started my spy network. All in all, a good day, stated Naruto as he whipped out the new edition of the school newspaper from his pocket. The headline read, Jin Morioka, Peeper and Author. The sounds of Jin fleeing once Agai, and from a mob of angry girls was music to his ears. The Lizard Man's Secret Society. The freshman students of Yukai Academy gathered outside to find their fates. Yes, it was one of the days dreaded by all students everywhere. The posting of midterm test results. The trio of Moka, Kurumu, and Naruto ignored the shouts of their fanboys and fangirls as they searched for their names. Oh, look, I'm 13th, said Moka as she found her name. I have no idea how you pay attention to this stuff. Our classes are way too boring, commented Naruto. For someone who does the bare minimum, you're doing surprisingly well, Mr. 77, dryly replied Kurumu as she searched for her own name. I'm not that smart, I just cheat well. So don't feel too bad, Ms. 133, retorted Naruto. As expected from the #1 punk of our esteemed academy, teased Moka. You don't have to cheat, I could teach you my study techniques. Let me guess, in return for you getting to suck my blood, replied Naruto, causing Moka to turn away with a blush. Studying will cut into my training, how about I cheat off of you instead? Oh, cheating is bad, but your blood is just so good. I don't know what to do," exclaimed Moka. "You don't have to resort to that. I can use my charm to get some boys to do your walk for you," promised Kurumu as she rubbed Naruto's face into her chest. He was quickly yanked back by Moka as the two girls started their morning argument. "They're becoming too predictable," thought a sighing Naruto. On the other side of the crowd, a small girl in a bizarre outfit eyed the group with curiosity. "Congratulations, Yukari-san. It looks like you're number one again," complimented a sandy-haired teen as he loomed over the small dark-haired girl. She wasn't really paying attention to him, her eyes focused on Moka. As she conversed with Naruto and Kurumu. "Just what we should expect from the girl genius. Even though she's just 11, she didn't get to skip ahead to high school for nothing," added one of his companions. The sandy-haired boy's smile instantly morphed into a vicious sneer. "Don't get a big head, brat. In our eyes you're nothing more than an immature brat who reeks of her mother's milk." "Class representative?" questioned Yukari, as her attention finally shifted away from Moka as she looked to the boy. "And what's the big idea with this outfit? It defies school rules," he yelled while flicking her hat. "I despise people who stick out. Please stop that," she cried out, holding onto her hat to keep it from coming off. "As the class representative, your very existence gives me a headache," he continued. "After all, your true form is a witch, is it not? How disgusting. I feel like vomiting, just thinking that you're in the same grade as me." A frown suddenly flashed across Yukari's face, as stone on the ground levitated and flew into the back of the class representative's head. "Ahaha, you deserved that," said a giggling Yukari. "What the hell did you just do to me?" he yelled, charging to attack her, only to be stopped as Moka jumped in front of him with her arms spread. "Stop. I know I don't have anything to do with this, but I can't let this go," stated Moka. "Please stop using violence towards girls. Yeah, if you wanted to fight, all you had to do was ask. I'm sure I can give you a better scrap than a little kid," bellowed Naruto as he appeared on the scene, cracking his knuckles. "It's Uzumaki. Let's get out of here," yelled one of the group. "Grr. This isn't over," yelled the class representative as the others retreated. "Oh come on guys, I promise it won't hurt, for more than a few days," taunted Naruto as they fled. "You really saved me, thank you. My name is Yukari Sendo," exclaimed the small girl as she introduced herself. Naruto, Moka, and Yukari sat around one of the patio tables outside the cafeteria. Naruto initially wanted to go have some fun chasing after the class representative and his lame thugs, but Moka insisted he come along to meet Yukari. "I heard that even though you're in our grade, you're only A11 and ranked first. You're really smart, aren't you, Yukari-chan?" complimented Moka. Yukari blushed and started waving her hands around emphatically, trying to dismiss the praise. "No, well, cool as such. I mean, I'm not. I'm just." "Don't dismiss yourself so quickly. You stood up to those punks even before we arrived," commented Naruto, causing the girl to blush even more. "Still, I am not as strong as you guys, and Moka-san is the one who's pretty and sweet." In fact, Yukari leapt at Moka, glomping the pink-haired girl. "IWUVVU Moka-san. Yelled the minds of Naruto and Moka. "Every time I saw you from across the hall, I fell in love with you a bit more. Then after you saved me, my heart made its mind up. So please, will you go out with me? Is that so bad, dating someone like me?" pleaded Yukari as she tugged on Moka's jacket. "Great, Moka's got a mini stalker. I hope mine is way hotter than this one," thought Naruto. "Samu." Here a violet-haired girl sneezed and nearly choked on her lollipop. Moka didn't have the heart to crush the girl, as friends. "Yeah, I'm so happy," shrieked Yukari. The excitable girl immediately dragged Moka out into the hallway, still clinging to her closely, with Naruto following behind, watching them with amusement. "Wow, Moka-san's chest is even bigger than it looks," exclaimed Yukari as she grasped Moka's chest with both hands and squeezed. The surprise grab caused Moka to stumble and fall over, with Yukari landing on top of her. "It's so soft. This is like a dream." "Stop. For some reason I can't move," yelled Moka. "This is not a dream for toddlers," stated an annoyed and slightly jealous Naruto as he plucked Yukari off of Moka, allowing the vampire to regain her bearings. "Why, Yukari didn't take kindly to being held up in the air like a piece of paper squirmed out of his grasp. "Please don't get in our way. I know all about you," yelled Yukari with an accusing tone. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. "Really? Naruto Uzumaki. Above average in the class, athletic ability good, but you're a delinquent. I love Moka-san and I don't want someone like you to bring her down into the dirt," declared Yukari. "Brat, do you really want to make an enemy of me?" retorted Naruto, his patience running thin. "Duh." She pulled down her eyelid and stuck her tongue out at him. "That's why I'm declaring war on you." Naruto couldn't believe this girl. Seriously. Yukari pulled out her magic wand and pointed it at a closed locker. "I'll make sure you never come near Moka-san again." The locker opened and a bunch of brooms flew out attacking Naruto only for him to vanish in a puff of smoke. Yukari stared at the scene confused before waving her wand again, only to find it gone. "This is a nice wand you got here. The source of your power. I promise not to break it if you stop being a pest," offered Naruto. "No way. Give it back, thief. I'm a witch, and I'll use my powers to ward off any boy who tries to get close to Moka-san," she retorted defiantly. Naruto rewarded her by smacking her in the back of the head with her wand. "OWW," she whispered while rubbing the sore spot on the back of her head. "You've got guts, kid, you're alright. Never back down from anybody," chuckled Naruto as walked away scratching his chin in thought. "I completely forgot what the problem with witches was supposed to be. I better get on that before this kid gets roughed up or worse." "Oh, almost forgot." Naruto flung her wand back over his head, and was rewarded with a satisfying sound of OWW as he hit his target again. "I'm sorry, Naruto's a bit rough around the edges, but he means well," said Moka as she handed Yukari her wand back. "No worries," mumbled Yukari, still shocked by his words. Naruto tried contacting Botan to get the information he required, but she didn't respond. He then went looking for Jin, but he'd be caught doing research by the swim club and ending up in the infirmary. Having no other options, he resorted to Kurumu, the resident gossip queen. "What can you tell me about our resident little witch?" he asked as they worked on some tasks for the newspaper. "Yukari Sendo," she questioned. "Yeah, this brat from earlier who was spouting all kinds of crap about how she's not going to let any boy get close to Moka. It's amusing for now, but could get annoying in the future," he answered. "Yes, thanks to this brat, I get to spend more time alone with Naruto-kun," thought Kurumu as she pumped her fist in victory. "I've heard rumors about that girl. And though she's called a girl genius or whatever, it still sounds like she's a selfish little kid. I've heard she always playing pranks and hated by her class. Sounds way too familiar," thought Naruto with a sigh. "What can you tell me about witches?" asked Naruto. "Well, you know it's hard to tell if witches are yokai or humans, right? Long ago witches were the boundary beings who connected the supernatural world and human worlds before everything was closed off. Now they are considered half-breeds and their races are discriminated against. On top of that, they are hated in the human world too. There used to be things called witch hunts where humans killed a lot of witches back in the Middle Ages," explained Kurumu. Naruto snorted in disgust. "Sounds like a load of crap to me." The yokai passed down a hatred of witches because they no longer allowed them to travel freely between worlds, and the humans hate them because they were the gateways to beings who used them as food. "No, that makes a lot more sense than the half-breed thing," replied Kurumu in agreement. "Either way, it wasn't their fault. The higher-ups changed the rules and everyone who was pissed used the witches as scapegoats," stated Naruto with a hint of anger in his voice that Kurumu picked up on. "Why are you so mad?" she asked. "Let's just say, I know a thing or two about being a scapegoat," he replied. The next day, students scrambled away from the freshman class representative holding their noses as he made his way to morning classes. All in all, he had a pretty damn shitty start to the morning. Someone had released a skunk and set off multiple stink bombs in his dorm room during the night, along with dousing his entire wardrobe with itching powder. He was in the shower forever trying to scrub away both the itching and the smell. As he approached his group of friends in hallway on his way to homeroom, they all greeted him with strange glances. "What?" he questioned at their odd looks. Dude, your hair. replied one of his friends pointing at his head. He then took a glance at his reflection in a window. What the hell? Exclaimed the class representative as he ran his hands through his hot pink hair. Everyone in the hall could no longer hold back their laughter as he face turned a shade of pink almost equal to his hair in embarrassment. Damn half-breed disgrace, he grumbled while stomping towards homeroom. He knew the brat was responsible for all of this. Somehow. Later that day the entire freshman class had gathered in an empty classroom for a meeting. The class representative and his group of friends stood at the front of the room as he started his portion of the meeting. For our first order of business, he began only to be cut off as his body went ramrod straight. What the hell, I can't control my body, he thought as he suddenly ripped off his clothes, leaving himself in only his shoes and to his surprise a pair of pink lace panties. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed the rest of Hi's friends except one in the same predicament. Where the hell did these come from? Soon music started to play and he found himself dancing and singing along to the song, It's Raining Men, along with his friends as they took turns giving the last one-lap dances. The ruckus laughter of the rest of the freshman class nearly drowned out the music. I've had it, roared the class representative the next morning. As he slammed down the school newspaper. The headlining article was about the secret gay lizard man society that finally came out of the closet the previous day. It was supposedly led by him. So what are we going to do? It's not like we know who did it, stated one of his buddies. Isn't it obvious? That witch is behind all of this, he roared. It couldn't have been her. Rumor has it she's Biko, Uzumaki's little errand girl in exchange for protection, retorted another of his friends. Yeah, I've seen her running around getting him food and stuff, added the last guy at the table. Don't you see? It's all a front. She probably used her little magic to help create the rumor, but is using it as a smokescreen to create all this chaos, yelled the class representative. Yeah, it seems everyone who saw something bad about witches has had some kind of prank happen to them. Not as bad as you though. We just need to get the little disgrace when she's alone and then handle things, for good. Quote, Carrie found herself in a bit of a hurry as she scrambled through the halls and the door on her way to the dorms. Unfortunately she wasn't paying attention to where she was going as she rounded a corner and slammed into someone. OWW, watch where you're going, stupid, moaned Yukari as she landed on her rear. Well, if it isn't little Yukari-san, sneered the class representative as he and his posse loomed over the fallen girl. We've got you now, brat, roared one of his friends. A brief smirk flashed across Yukari's face before being replaced by a look of panic. Excuse me, but I've got to hurry. If I'm late, Mr. Uzumaki will be very angry. Not only will he punish me, but he'll come after you too, warned Yukari. You hear that, guys? Mr. Uzumaki might come after us, mocked the class's representative, getting a round of laughter from his friends. The jig is up, witch. Your little scam ends here and now. I know it's been you behind all my humiliation. You will pay for it tenfold. Scales Sud. NLY formed on his skin as he morphed into his true form, a lizard man along with his 3 other comrades. He then roared at her, his tongue hanging out at the open, dripping with saliva. Ah, squeak. The frightened girl as she stumbled back into a tree. A thick fog seemed to roll in, limiting visibility. How disgusting. A witch like you has no place in our class. Why don't we rid our academy of you? She tried to bring out her wand to defend herself, but with a swipe of his claws the class representative knocked it from her hands. Now what should we do with her? He questioned while turning back to his friends. Yo, why don't we eat her? Now that this thick fog has rolled in, no one will notice. One of them suggested. Excellent choice. He then turned back to their prey as he sensed her movement. Trying to flee. There is no escape. Quote, this is your end, witch. He leaned down to bite her head off only to flail backwards in pain as he was slashed across the chest by an unseen foe. The fog had become so thick he could barely see in front of him now. What is this? He gasped out while grasping his open wound. This is your death. A voice seemed to echo from everywhere, ominously called out. Suddenly the form of Yukari vanished in a puff of smoke. Ah, no. Anger boiled up inside of him at the sound of his friends being slaughtered and the loss of his prey, Come out and face us, you coward. You who chooses to harass a little kid is calling me a coward. The voice echoed again. The class representative was rewarded with a vicious slash across his back, causing him to cry out in pain. The form of Naruto appeared in front of him as the fog seemed to thin. The sight of the blonde with his jagged eyes flaring caused the class representative to stumble backwards in fear. Please, have mercy, begged the lizard man. You desired to eat my friend. Let's see how you like being the bottom of the food chain. Naruto's eyes flared even brighter as he suddenly morphed into the form on the vicious legendary nine-tailed fox. No, screamed the lizard man as one of the tails shot forth, grabbing him around the waist. The lizard man ceased struggling as the tip of another tail pierced his neck, paralyzing him. He could only watch in horror as the massive paw of the Kyuubi brutally ripped off his limbs one by one and devoured them. As the Kyuubi finally decided to end his misery and flung his torso into his mouth, the class representative only saw darkness when it suddenly shattered, bringing him back to the real world, staring into the mirthful eyes of Naruto. Did you have a nice dream? Questy, wondered Naruto with a smirk as he placed his sunglasses back on his face. It was all too much for the lizard man as he fainted on the spot. The fog in the area quickly cleared out, revealing that a clone that was utilizing the hidden mist technique to create it. What are we going to do with these guys, boss? Questioned another clone as it leaned over an unconscious lizard man. If we get rid of them, Botan will be on your ass about paperwork, advised the first clone. Yes, but then it would give me some time to ogle said girl's ass, pondered Naruto. Yeah, but she might cause trouble with the others asking questions and whatnot, replied the first clone. Naruto suddenly flashed back to all the problems Botan caused Yusuke with Keiko. Dump them in the headmaster's office and let him deal with it. For a guy who runs things, he doesn't get enough paperwork, declared Naruto. A few days later, Moka and Kurumu were carrying boxes of supplies through the hall to the newspaper club. You know, people aren't being so mean to Yukari-chan anymore, commented Moka. Yeah, and I heard she apologized to her class for playing all those pranks too. This was all after the rumor of Naruto roughing up the class representative and his group, of course, added Kurumu. That's great, she's really growing up. It seems like Naruto has really had a good influence on her, stated Moka with a proud smile. Kurumu snorted. More like people fear retribution through pranks or violence. When they entered the classroom, they were surprised to find Naruto walking towards them with Yukari riding on his shoulders. He was eating out of bowl, when he suddenly halted as he found it empty. Oi, brat, hit me, called out Naruto. With a wave of her wand, Naruto's bowl was instantly refilled with fresh ramen. Naruto, don't take advantage of Yukari like that, scolded Moka. He's not, he's my hired help, I pay him in ramen, explained Yukari. Dwam gwud whammon, uttered Naruto with his mouthful as they turned to walk away. Did this brat just steal him from us that easily? Thought a stunned Kurumu. I thought those pranks were all Naruto-kun, what have we done? Thought an equally surprised Moka. So what are we going to do today, Yukari? Questioned Naruto between a mouthful of noodles. The same thing we do every day, Naruto. Try to take over the world. Now, I've come to the realization that the world is run by paperwork. Massive amounts of paperwork that even overrides computer systems. Naruto, are you pondering what I'm pondering? She questioned. Yeah, but if you put cheese in ramen it just doesn't work. It comes out all messy, replied Naruto. He was rewarded with a swat to the back of the head. Focus. Narf, he responded. Moka had no idea what just happened. Naruto and Yukari. Well, one is a genius and the other has ramen on the brain, replied a shrugging Kurumu. The true nature of art. As Naruto pondered the great mysteries of the universe, a shout interrupted his peaceful journey to the newspaper club. Yo Uzumaki, a tall boy with strawberry blonde hair, stormed right up to Naruto, getting right in his face. I've heard all the rumors about you and I think they're a bunch of crap. There's no way urchin-headed trash like you could have possible done. He was cut off as Naruto suddenly poked him in the forehead with his index and middle fingers. Huh, muttered the tall boy. Bef. Or Naruto suddenly flicked him in the same spot, sending him flying across the hall head first into a trash can. Yep, Ba-chan definitely cooler than Itachi, he mumbled before opening the door to the newspaper club and stepping inside, where he was immediately mobbed by Moka, Yukari, and Kurumu. "Everyone gather round, I've got some important news," declared Jin with a serious tone from his podium at the front of the room. "What's up, senpai?" asked Kurumu. "I've got some information on the missing girls problem," stated Jin. "Missing girls?" questioned the rest of the club. "Exactly, Severa. Female students have vanished one after another without a trace. 7 in just 1 month. It's not unusual for people to go missing here, but these numbers don't add up." Jin then passed around a shish EET containing information on the missing girls. Naruto didn't let the last part of his statement slip by. "Wait a minute, why isn't it unusual for people to go missing? I know this is a school for monsters. But wouldn't the teachers do something about? Those people aren't exactly missing, the teachers know where they are. They are being punished, but that's not our biggest concern right now. The girls who have disappeared aren't troublemakers. This is the basic info on the girls who have vanished. We're going to find out all the facts on this incident," roared Jin as he slammed his fist into the podium. "Looks like I choose well for the head of my information network," thought Naruto as he looked over the file. "As you can see from the photos, the girls taken are all pretty hot. If so, me-one is holding them hostage. I want to save them somehow." Jin moved over and stared out the window with a pensive look. "If they see me in a good light, this could lead to excellent opportunities for my research," he declared with a perverted grin. "Perhaps I went too far with him," thought Naruto with a sweat drop. "A couple of the girls have friends in my homeroom class, should we start with them?" asked Kurumu. "As good a place as any," replied Moka. As she, Yukari, and Kurumu went to leave, she noticed Naruto staying behind. "You coming with us?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I have a couple more questions for senpai." "Go on ahead." "Okay, we'll see you later," replied Moka as the trio of girls excited. "So who is it that's licensed to kidnap people around here?" asked Naruto. Jin froze. Momentarily as a frown formed on his face before he replied, "Trust me, you don't want to know. The minute you go dicking around in their affairs, only bad things can happen." Naruto dismissed his concern entirely. "I can handle myself." Jin snorted. "I'm sure you can, but these bastards won't just come after you. They'll go after your little girlfriends as well. That would make them even bigger fools, but fine, I'll drop this for now," replied Naruto, thinking the last part to himself. "So, who is it?" "Who is what?" responded Jin, slightly confused. "Come on, the only reason you'd come to us is if you couldn't save the day yourself. You've already started eliminating people from the suspect list." "Who's the main suspect?" asked Naruto. Jin let out a sigh before responding. "It's the art teacher, Hitomi Ishigami. I can't dig any deeper because she avoids men like the plague." Naruto immediately realized why he got them involved. "So you were hoping when the girls starting snooping around, she'd take the bait?" Jin shrugged in response. "Pretty much, no way she could resist keeping her paws off those two." Naruto was mildly impressed. "Good plan, but I've got a better one." "What's wrong with mine?" asked a slightly miffed Jin. "Nothing, but with mine you'll get to do some research," replied Naruto. Jin was now all ears. "I'm listening." Later that day, Jin and Naruto ND themselves in the hallway outside the girls' changing room. "Well, where's the research you promised? I can't exactly see into the girls' changing room from this side," complained Jin as he tapped Hi's foot impatiently in the middle of the hallway. "Of course not, you idiot. We're here because the girls' changing room is rather conveniently located across from the art classroom," thought Naruto as he waited for the arrival of their third party. He then sensed someone coming around the corner. "Showtime. Jin senpai." Jin turned around to unload his irritation on Naruto only to come face to face with 4 Narutos in their sexy jutsu forms. "Where have you been all my life, Foxy-sama?" cried out Jin as the sight of Naruto's mini harem was too much for him, and he shot back with a nosebleed that launched him into the changing room. With a poof of smoke, the mini harem vanished and Naruto chuckled at the screams of pain now echoing throughout the hallway. "Oh my, that was truly remarkable," a feminine voice called out. "Bingo," thought Naruto as he turned to face a woman with braided hair covered by a bandana and paint-stained clothing. That technique of yours is truly a magnificent piece of art. Such beauty is astounding, she exclaimed. Thank you, he responded with a clueless tone. Yes, no doubt, you've put in much research to create such a flawless visage of beauty. You must let me capture it, she pleaded. Capture it? He asked, looking for clarification. Yes, I would like you to model for me. I must immortalize your art and add it to my collection, she stated as she hooked an arm around his and dragged him into her classroom, not intending to take no for answer. The next day after class, Naruto and Moka had almost reached the dorms before he remembered his TTLE arrangement with Ishigami-sensei from the previous day. Later, Moka, I'll see you tomorrow, said Naruto as he turned to head back towards the school. Wait, where are you going? We're almost back at the dorms, asked Moka. Sorry, I've got somewhere I need to be. I'm doing a favor for someone, he replied. A favor, she responded, wanting him to elaborate. Yeah, the art teacher asked me if I could model for her for a picture she's painting. I'll be doing it every day after school this week, he explained. She let out a sigh in disappointment. Oh, don't worry, I'll still be working hard on the investigation for the club. It is my job after all, he responded, trying to cheer her up. The light bulb suddenly went off in her head. Oh yeah. That's why you stayed behind to ask Jin-senpai more questions. Yeah, well, I better get going, he said as he turned away. Wait, Naruto, Moka called out. Yeah, he responded, turning around. Could you let me suck your blood? This will be goodbye for a while after today. I'll be lonely, she asked with a shy pout. He simply couldn't resist her cute face. Yeah, go ahead. Suddenly she moved in close to him, her face right in front of his. Oh, Naruto. Moka, murmured Naruto, tantalized by her face being so close to his. Thanks for the treat, she exclaimed before clamping down on his neck. Damn it, I fall for it every time, Naruto thought in exasperation. Ishigami definitely confirmed Jin's preconceived notions about her. The woman was the lesbian version of Jiraiya. The minute he entered her classroom he was ready to parade around in the clothed version of the sexy no jutsu at minimum. Somehow the female students in her classes didn't pick up in this vibe from her, as they flocked to the woman as if she were the Pied Piper of teenage girls. After spending a few days with the woman, he still had no leads on what was happening to the missing girls. He figured she was taking them somewhere, but the woman spent nearly all her time with her beloved art. While his investigation was going nowhere, at the newspaper club Kurumu was becoming frustrated with him spending all his time with Ishigami. Moka and Yukari dismissed her concerns without much thought. I tell you, that woman is up to something. She's after Naruto-kun, bellowed Kurumu as she slammed her fists on the desk she was working at. But she's a teacher, she wouldn't go after student, stated Moka. Then why is Naruto the only boy she associates with outside of class? All her other favorite students are girls, countered Kurumu. Yukari waved of her concerns. Naruto-senpai can handle himself from the feminine charm of Samba-chan. That woman can't be trusted. She might try to put him under some spell, yelled Kurumu. You would know about that, replied Yukari offhandedly. Fine, who needs you guys anyway? I'll handle that bitch myself, roared Kurumu as she stormed off. Excuse me, I need to talk to Naruto-kun. Limed Kurumu as she slammed the door to the art classroom open. She looked around to find the classroom completely empty. What? No one's even here. I guess I'll just take a seat and wait for him then. She moved to take a seat near the back of the room, when she heard a sobbing sound coming from behind her. She turned around, but all she found was a locker. Is it coming from in here? She thought while approaching. As she stepped in front of the locker, the crying sound was even louder and she opened it to come face to face with a statue that seemed to be leaking tears. Ah, she shrieked, stunned. What the heck is a statue doing crying? And why something like this in a locker? And that girl looks familiar. Kurumu nearly screamed again when someone grabbed her from behind. What are you doing to my art? A venomous voice questioned. Kurumu turned to face the furious face of the woman she'd been seeking out, Ishigami-sensei. I'm sorry I barged in looking. Suddenly our entire countenance changed to a much more pleasant one. You are Kurumu from class 5. Is she bipolar? Before she looked like she wanted to kill me. Thought a puzzled Kurumu as she nodded. So you came to pick up Naruto-san. I'm sorry but he's too busy modeling to spend time with you, stated Ishigami. Why can't he? Kurumu began to question why Naruto couldn't leave only to be cut off by Ishigami. Why you ask? Started Ishigami only to be cut off by the arrival of Naruto. I'm back sensei. Oh hey Kurumu, why are you here? Asked Naruto. Naruto marched in only wearing a wife-beater t-shirt, which threw the blue-haired girl for a loop as she drooled at the sight. Well you see, oh I get it, I know haven't been around so much, but I'm almost done working on Ishigami-sensei's special project, stated Naruto. Oh, Kurumu suddenly snapped out at remembering why she was there. Don't worry, I'll be around more soon, promised Naruto. Why? Began Kurumu only to be cut off again by Ishigami. Okay, bye-bye, exclaimed Ishigami as she shoved the girl out the room and closed the door. Odd, there appears to be a bad aura around Naruto-kun. Maybe the cow was right, led Yukari as she stared into the cloudy crystal ball on her desk. Right about what? What are you doing? Asked Moka. Divination. My fortune-telling prowess is unparalleled. Perhaps I could take this even further. If that no-talent hack Aunt Cleo can get such recognition, I should be world-renowned in no time. In mere months I could have world dependent upon my fortune-telling. Naruto, are you pondering what I'm pondering? She rambled. Naruto-kun isn't here. Deadpanned Moka. Curse that art shrew. No one takes my henchman. Yelled Yukari. So now you're worried. Deadpanned Kurumu as she walked back into the newspaper club. Hey, another girl has gone missing. She hasn't been seen since yesterday. Hey, yelled Jin as he rushed in, but Kurumu snatched the photo from him. This girl, she's the one I saw in the art classroom locker. Kurumu flung the photo back to Jin. I just saw that girl, only she was a statue hidden in the art classroom. Oh hell no bitch, was the collective thought of Kurumu, Moka, and Yukari as they stormed off to the art classroom. I should have told them that by the time they get there it will probably be over, but I'd like to retain my manhood. Commented Jin as he idly flipped through the last issue of the newspaper. After Kurumu left the room, Ishigami started acting strange. Naruto decided to call her on it, to see if she would reveal her operation. What's going on here? Began Naruto only to be cut off by Ishigami. You little girlfriend saw a bit too much, so I'm going to have to cut our time short. So why don't you do your little transformation? And I'll make sure the turning is as painless as possible, ordered the art teacher. Naruto let out a sigh. I was hoping you'd reveal the location of the students you've been kidnapping before it came to this. Too bad. It will be an honor for you to join the ranks of my eternal art collection. I shall immortalize your greatest beauty forever. Maybe you need a little incentive. One of her snake head braids clamped around his wrists, but Naruto instantly vanished in a puff of smoke. Suddenly 3 desks in the back of the room went up in a poof of smoke to reveal Naruto and a pair of clones. I've had it with you. You go on and on about immortalizing images and eternal beauty. I say fuck that. I've only ever respected one artist, and you know what he told me. He pulled an explosive tag out of his pocket and slammed it on the desk in front of him before kicking it to the back of the room. Art as a bang, he yelled as the tag went off, destroying glass case containing several pieces of art as well as putting a hole in the wall. Grunted one clone. Yeah boss, show her the power of your pop art, exclaimed the other. Pop art is dead. My art is super flat, bellowed Naruto. My art, mumbled a trembling Ishigami as she looked up suddenly and roared in a fit of rage. My art. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea, nervously commented a clone. The braided hairs of Ishigami transformed into a wriggling mass of snakes, as she revealed herself to be a Medusa. She leveled the blonde with a glare before the snakes attacked. I fucking hate snakes. Why? Yelled Naruto as he backflipped to dodge being bitten. This place is small and makes it hard to maneuver. She's got the advantage. You will pay for wrecking my art, screeched Ishigami as the snakes became even more vicious. One coiled around a desk and slammed it into the real Naruto, sending him flying into a wall which suddenly caved in, revealing a secret room. What the hell is this? As Naruto looked at the statues around the room, he noticed they all had tears pouring from their eyes. This is what you've done. I can't decide if it's better or worse from what I initially suspected. Yes, can't you see it now? All of my precious art. It's the Medusa power of transformation into stone. Any living being bitten by one of my snake hairs will turn into stone. Soon you shall be joining my collection, screamed Ishigami as she sent her snakes at Naruto again. Fuck that shit, thought Naruto as he substituted himself with a chair that brought him back into the main classroom. As Ishigami and her snakes rounded in on him, his remaining clone sent a kunai skidding across the floor to his feet. I told you, there is only one true thing about art. Naruto kicked the kunai up in the air with one leg and then drop-kicked with the other. The knife flew and stabbed into the ceiling right above her head. The snake woman heard a fizzing sound and looked up in horror. Art as bang. The explosive tag on the edge of the kunai went off, bringing the ceiling down on top of the woman. Grunted the last clone as he pumped his fist before dispelling. The original turned towards the door to see Kurumu, Yukari, and Moka standing there with stunned looks on their faces. I guess I got a little carried away, he mumbled while scratching his hair with a sheepish grin. Naruto slammed open the door of the headmaster's office to find said man in some sort of meeting with the creepy bus drive and two guys he didn't recognize. The first had pale blonde hair and sported a black and white striped bucket hat with an odd umbrella in his hand and some wooden sandals. The other was a tall, muscular, lightly tan-skinned man. His hair was corn-rolled and he sported a large handlebar mustache with a pair of rectangular-shaped glasses. Ah, Naruto, is there something I can do for you? Greeted the headmaster. Just one question, answered Naruto. Was the headmaster's reply. Do you bother doing background checks on faculty? Naruto snapped his fingers and a clone dragged the unconscious Ishigami into the room. After I knocked this crazy bitch out, the students she turned to stone went back to normal. Ah, I see. Well done, Naruto. Looks like you ferreted out another who wished to do harm to the students of our fine academy. Exclaimed the headmaster. Naruto stomped his foot in irritation. First, I'm not a ferret. Second, what's with the creepy old dude convention? Third, whatever you're scheming, I want no part of it. Oh, he's good. Little brother made an excellent find indeed. Giggled the man in the bucket hat. Little brother? Questioned a confused Naruto. Naruto meet Kazuki Urahara, head of Spirit World Research and Development, owner of Ura Hara Shoten and also the elder brother of Koenma, informed the headmaster. The other unknown man coughed. And that is Tessai. He makes sure Urahara doesn't blow himself up, continued the headmaster. Hey, yelled an indignant Urahara. Naruto stared at them with a deadpan expression. Cool hat. No way, grumbled the bus driver as he slipped Urahara a 20. Now, this weekend Urahara wanted to borrow you for a little side job, stated the headmaster. No, stated Naruto flat out. But if you could, nigh it, I'm sure we, 9. Come on, what Orochimaru says to a naked hot chick. I'll give you a really cool new ability, stated Urahara. Deal. Agreed Naruto. You've got to be kidding me, exclaimed the bus driver as he slipped Urahara another 20. I'll do the job on 2 more conditions. One, I get a hat just like that except in black and orange, demanded Naruto as he pointed at Kazuki's hat. Done, agreed Kazuki with a grin as the bus driver cursed and slipped him another 20. And the second? Inquired the headmaster. You will tell me what the hell happened to Dave Chappelle. I was recently introduced into the wonderful world of Chappelle Show via DVD and it is by far the funniest thing in the history of everything, bellowed Naruto. Then I saw the lost episodes. Naruto and everyone else in the room visibly shivered. Spirit World ain't doing their JOBS if they allow such a travesty to occur. A look of panic briefly passed between Kazuki and the headmaster that didn't go unnoticed by Naruto. So you do know. Suddenly the blonde loomed over them with a demonic edge to his voice. Now are you going to tell me? Or is Naruto Uzumaki gonna have to choke a bitch? The not-so-great Goblin War. Naruto stared blankly in front of him at the bland little shop. After all the secrecy behind their travel to the mysterious headquarters of Urahara, Naruto expected much more than stepping through some strange portal and popping into an alley that led to this small store. He turned to the proudly smiling Tessai and smirking Kazuki. He turned back to the shop, then back to the duo with a completely befuddled expression on his face. He repeated this for several seconds before throwing up his hands in exasperation. I thought you were supposed to be the head of some big science division in Spirit World, why the hell are we at some lame store? Blurted Naruto. Urahara opened up his fan and waved it in front of his face while giggling. Science. I no idea what you're talking about. I'm merely an honest, handsome, perverted businessman. Nar. Yuto nearly ripped his hair out in frustration. Not another one. Well, he couldn't possibly be as bad as Ero Sennin. His musing were interrupted by Tessai as the large man grabbed the blonde by the shoulders. Facing Naruto with tears running out the corners of his eyes, is the shop really that lame? Naruto waved his hands in a placating manner. No. I was just surprised, it is a nice shop. Very inviting. Tessai's demeanor did a complete 180. Oh. Thank you. These guys are nuts, thought Naruto as he shook his head. I prefer the term eccentric, stated Urahara with another giggle. Naruto glared at him, definitely nuts. As Tessai opened the door to the shop, Naruto was forced to duck as a box and a soccer ball shot through the space his head previously occupied. Guile! Roared a short boy with red hair that jumped in front of them holding a broom as he pumped his fist in the air while his eyes were closed. Jinta, you should have stopped playing around. They're back, said Ururu as she went to retrieve the box. Jinta opened his eyes forming a dumbfounded expression that quickly switched to irritation as he chased after Ururu with his broom. You should have said something earlier. He yelled while trying to shove the broom into her hair. Naruto, Kazuki and Tessai merely stepped inside the shop and went about their business as if nothing happened. Naruto's communicator suddenly beeped, and the blonde pulled it out his jacket pocket to see what Botan wanted, but he found himself facing an irritated Koenma instead. Yo, greeted Naruto not knowing what else to say. Don't you yo me, what the hell are you doing leaving your post at the academy? Yelled an irate Koenma. Whoa, I didn't ditch, I'm helping out your brother with something, replied Naruto. This response only seemed to infuriate the toddler even more as his face turned red and steam poured off him in rage. Kazuki, roared Koenma. Naruto turned and handed the communicator to Urahara who was trying to sneak away. Here, it's for you. Deadpanned Naruto. Hey little bro, how goes things? Greeted Kazuki as he rubbed the brim of his hat. Don't hey me, you better return my detect. Tithe in one piece or there will be hell to pay. Threatened Koenma. I thought you were informed of this already. I sent a messenger. Replied Kazuki as he scratched his head. Sorry about that, I just got here. Replied a deep masculine voice. The unperturbed face of a black cat cut in front of Koenma. I got a little sidetracked on my way here. You did this on purpose, didn't you Yoruichi? Deadpanned Kazuki. Yes, replied the cat with a flat look as it licked its paw. Koenma cut back in front of the cat shaking his fist at Kazuki. None of your weird experiments or else. Kazuki snorted, not intimidated by his brother's threat one bit, or else what? Koenma sported a devious grin. Dad is still interesting in knowing what happened to his favorite. Kazuki cut him off. Alright, I'll be good. No funky experiments. That I haven't already planned, thinking the last part to himself. The door to Koenma's office then slammed open, startling the toddler momentarily. Lord Koenma, sir, I've got the report on what was stolen during the break-in, and how the breach occurred, shouted a blue ogre as he rushed into Koenma's office with a stack of papers. Koenma sighed as he flipped through them before suddenly adopting a very sly smile. Well, it seems someone forgot to secure his lab properly when he dropped by to gather materials a few weeks ago. That wasn't me, I sent Jinta, Ururu and Yoruichi. Dad hadn't left for vacation yet, replied Kazuki. Semantics. One of your old inventions, the time dilation accelerator, was stolen, continued Koenma. The device creates portals to traverse the human world, and small portals that allow low-class demons to cross over from demon world. It's obsolete, what's the big deal? Questioned Kazuki. It was stolen by an escaped convict. Masendale aka the Hobgoblin, answered Koenma with a smug look. Kazuki just stared ahead blankly for several moments before responding, well, shit, since Yusuke is off training with Genkei, and you're borrowing my other spirit detective, you're in charge of cleaning this mess up. Call it payment for doing whatever it is you were going to do. Bye-bye. Koenma waved before the screen went blank. To quote a wise man, that baby is too damn troublesome. What's so bad about this Masendale guy? Asked Naruto. Kazuki let out a sigh before shaking his head. It's best we head downstairs for the explanation. Let's just say it's complicated. Tessai, it looks like we'll be closing up early today. Should I request for a few extra hands on deck? Asked the tall man. Kazuki shrugged as he flipped him Naruto's communicator. Go ahead. Wait a minute, you never answered my question before. Why are you stationed here? Wouldn't it be more convenient to be located in Spirit World? Asked Naruto. Urahara was about to launch into a complicated explanation, but Tessai beat him to the punch, after accidentally blowing up King Yema's office for the umpteenth time. His father banned him from performing experiments and research for 200 years. This is currently year 37. Naruto winced at the idea of a 200-year ban. Ouch. Kazuki shrugged. Little brother still gets spanked. It's him you should feel sorry for. After the ogre's departure, Koenma was interrupted again as Botan rushed into his office nearly out of breath. Sir, I couldn't get a hold of the headmaster, he's away for the moment. As for Naruto, he only let a note saying he'd be out for a few days. It looks like we'll have to pull Yusuke from his training early. Koenma waved off her concern. Don't worry about it. I've already located him. It seems my brother decided to borrow him for an assignment. I gave the goblin problem to him since Naruto is currently under his employ. Oh, bot. And scratched the back of her head with a sheepish expression. Now I feel bad for giving those two girls the third degree about Naruto's whereabouts. A shiver suddenly ran down Naruto's spine, for some reason. I feel like I should take a couple weeks off before heading back to school. Back at the academy, both Kurumu and Moka stood outside of Naruto's room fuming, the note he'd left on his door torn to pieces. Who the hell does that hussy think she is? Screeched Kurumu. Who cares? What's her relationship with Naruto-kun? Growled Moka. You've got some explaining to do, Naruto. Though, both girls as they gave of an aura that promised pure pain to anyone who came near. You sure you weren't so harsh on them because his two closest friends happened to be really cute girls? Deadpanned Yoruichi. Botan turned away with huff to hide the blush forming on her face. I have no idea what you're talking about. The very thing you're insinuating would be completely unprofessional. Well, then you won't mind if perhaps I take over as his spirit detective assistant. Babysitting Kazuki gets boring. You seem to have your hands full with your other charge, replied the cat casually. Odin leveled it with a glare before smirking. That won't be necessary. I'm perfectly capable of fulfilling my duties. Besides, this job is beneath someone with your vast amounts of experience. Are you calling me old? Retorted the cat with a harsh tone. Well, if the shoe fits, stated Botan nonchalantly. That's it. Koenma grabbed Yoruichi before the cat could leap after Botan with its claws extended. Quiet, reprimanded the toddler, before he turned back to the video screen. Now go ahead, Tessai. Yes, sir. We wondering if you had anyone available to send us back up, since this will probably get a little messy. Oh, I don't know, whined Koenma as he tugged on his hat. Yusuke is still in the middle of his training. I don't think we have anybody else. Sir, you can always call in Kurama. Hiei is available as well, suggested Botan. Fine, you two track them down and escort them to my brother's shop. This is his show to run, replied Koenma. Thank you, sir, responded Tessai before he vanished from the screen. Now let's head down to my lab, murmured Kazuki. Wait a minute, I thought you were banned from research, questioned Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Technically, but let's just say I'm banned from using my more advanced facilities up in Spirit World. For the old man it's more like out of sight, out of mind, replied Kazuki as they stepped up to a plain-looking door. Kazuki flipped up a plaque to the side of the door, revealing a red panel that scanned his eye. The panel turned green, and the door slid back to reveal an elevator. The duo stepped inside and Kazuki pressed a button on the elevator panel, sending the carriage towards his basement lab. Naruto gave his fellow blonde a flat look as cheesy elevator music played while Kazuki tapped his cane to the beat. The scientist started bobbing his head to the beat of the music, oblivious to everything around him. The elevator came to a halt a few moments later and with a ding, the door opened. Kisuke exited and walked over towards his main workstation, while Naruto marveled at the size of the place. How in the hell did they get all this down here, and how did they get this room to be so big? Thought the ex-ninja as he surveyed the facility. It was lined wall to wall with various monitors and devices all circling around a central computer. The wonders of spirit world technology, commented Kazuki as if reading his mind. There's another room that's even bigger than this one. Kazuki took a seat and punched a few keys on the console at the central workstation, booting up the system. A few seconds later, female holographic figure appeared hovering next to him. The mechanical parts of her android-like body was colored in with white light. Kazuki's setup is basically the same as 2M's workstation on Toonami circa 2003-2007. RIP Toonami. Good afternoon, Kazuki, greeted the female hologram. I love this lab. Hello, Sarah, replied Kazuki with a grin. Naruto was almost drooling at the sight of her. Cool. Please bring up the files on Norman Osborn, ordered Kazuki. Sarah reached up the screen, moving a few things around on it, before pulling up the file and reading from it. Norman Osborn, deceased, formerly a scientist under Spirit World Research and Development Division. Personnel file notes: he was a very talented scientist, but also very ambitious. Most notable project is an attempted development of a serum to provide enhanced abilities to the human race. Back when Spirit World was still searching for a solution to controlling the mixing of the populations of demons and humans in the human world, Norman developed the first version of his serum. The serum was supposed to introduce advanced physical capabilities into the human race, so they would naturally avenue the abilities to protect themselves from demon predators, essentially evening the battlefield. The advances included increased agility, strength, speed, stamina, and dexterity, as well as a healing factor. Some subjects showed increases in intellect as well. The first batch of the serum was rejected due to the side effects it caused in animal test subjects. Side effects included a 50% mortality rate, a severely shortened normal lifespan, and psychosis. With the eventual separation of the two worlds, both King Yema and Kazuki ordered the abandonment of the project. Osborn decided to continue working on it in secret, trying to perfect the formula. A few years ago he tried to reintroduce the serum as part of a super soldier plan he developed to increase the capabilities of the Spirit World Defense Force. Along with a new formula, Osborn presented a set of weapons to further enhance the capabilities of new soldiers. The proposal was rejected by Kazuki, due to continued flaws the serum and impracticality of the weapons. While the mortality rate decreased to less than 0.01%, along with there no longer being a reduction in lifespan, side effects of psychosis still remained. In a last-ditch attempt to provide evidence for his research, Osborn attempted to test his serum on a low-level demon in Spirit World custody for violating several laws. Sarah paused as she moved a few things around, bringing up a new file next to the current one before continuing. This is the subject's profile prior to the administration of the serum. Subject: Jason Messendale, borderline ED rank demon. Known accomplice of the Toguro brothers, suspected in several cases of grand theft. Only notable skills involve stealth, explaining occupation as a thief. Kazuki continued from here. Messendale, while a good thief, physical strength-wise was as close to a regular human as Norman could get. Norman injected the serum, but was failed by a clerical error. Naruto was lost. His dosage was off by a factor of 10. I checked his math afterward. He did everything but put the decimal in the right place. 10 times the expected amount temporarily transformed Messendale into a mid-B rank berserker. He killed Norman and trashed the lab in a fit of rage before his rational mind seemingly returned. He then raided the armory of weapons and supplies Norman prepared before fleeing. In an attempt to separate himself from his previous identity, Messendale donned a Halloween mask along with some armor he stole, calling himself the Hobgoblin. Quote, "So what's his deal?" asked Naruto. His strength evened out to a borderline C-B rank level. Messendale received a great boost in intelligence from his transformation. Before being apprehended, he was able to successfully recreate Osborn's serum and stash it in a secret location. His master plan was eventually to travel to Demon World using lower doses of the serum to create a goblin army, and using it to take over the human underworld as a crime lord, explained Sarah. So that's why he went after that time thing. You said it allowed for low-level demons to cross over. He's using it to build his army, surmised Naruto. Once he makes himself known, we will have to divide our forces between neutralizing the army and taking down Missendale, stated Urahara. Sweet. This should at least keep me out of school for a week. Well, since we're going to be taking down an entire army, what's the new ability you were talking about? Asked Naruto while rubbing his hands together as his face formed an ear-splitting grin. Naruto immediately regretted his question at the insane look that formed on Kazuki's face. Oh, yes. Now the real fun begins. Sarah, prepare to containment unit. OWW. Naruto quickly pulled his hand back from the faucet as he retrieving a small static shock. Fucking get a boshi, growled Naruto as he leaned back over the bathroom sink, splashing his face with water. He'd just lost 24 hours of his life he would never get back. After seeing the insane grin on Kazuki's face, he immediately turned to flee only to be knocked out cold by Tessai. Supposedly they needed him unconscious to enable whatever ability they were trying to give him. But Naruto just thought it was an excuse for the creepy bastard to run all sorts of tests and experiments on him. He didn't feel any different, so he didn't believe that they actually did anything. Naruto proceeded to get dressed into some combat-appropriate attire. To his horror, Tessai offered him a dark green spandex suit that he was thankfully able to avoid wearing since he had a hidden seal in his suit containing his new version combat gear. It consisted of a thin black vest lined with flexible armor over top a dark blue long-sleeve shirt, some black cargo pants, and a dark blue elastic headband with some visor-style protective sunglasses. The outfit was laced with hidden seals thanks to his father, that provided easy access to a variety of tools and weapons. After getting dressed and sealing his school clothes away, he exited the bathroom only to get shocked again as he grabbed the doorknob to close the door. What the fuck? That's like the fourth time. Shitty carpet. Can we get some hardwood floors around here, people? Grumbled Naruto as he strolled down the hallway to come face to face with two surprising figures. I know you got released, Kurama, but he questioned Naruto. Koenma likes to think of it as a work release program, replied Kurama with a smile as he shook Naruto's hand. Basically, you two got conned into joining my and Yusuke's little club. Welcome to the shittiest job in the world. The pay is crap, but we do get dental. Deadpanned Naruto. Hiei snorted, more like we have to cover for your shortcomings. I'd watch that mouth of yours, midget, retorted Naruto. As lovely as this little reunion is, we've got work to do, chimed Botan from behind him, preventing a fight between the two. Hey Botan. Naruto went to greet her, but the blue-haired Grim Reaper let out a HMPH before she rudely turned and stomped away from him. What the hell has got her panties up in a bunch? Grumbled Naruto. He then felt something land on his shoulder, and turned to face a black cat that surprisingly spoke to him. She's been in a mood ever since she went to track you down at the school of yours, the cat stated. Naruto merely stared blankly at it, completely ignoring what it said in favor of asking a question. You wouldn't happen to know a Kakashi Hatake, would you? The cat snorted before leaping off his shoulder and following after Botan, Baka. The trio followed after them into the front room of the shop, where they waited for the rest of their ragtag crew. So we got what? A couple of ex-cons, a couple midgets, a creepy old perv and his butler, a fake cat, and a guy playing hooky. This is my kind of team, declared Naruto. Botan coughed. Aren't you forgetting someone? Naruto waved her off. No. It's not like you're going to do any fighting, you're just going to sit back, point out things while looking pretty. He was rewarding by a swat to the back of the head courtesy of her jerk. It was supposed to be a compliment. He grumbled. What did you mean by fake cat? Asked Yoruichi. He gave her a flat look and formed a hand sign. Really? Do you really want to play this game? Cat narrowed its eyes at him. I dare you. Fine. Kai. The cat vanished in a puff of smoke as Naruto released the transformation. When it cleared, it revealed the fully nude form of the dark-skinned goddess blowing a kiss towards Naruto. She was rewarded with the 3 males in the room shooting back into the wall and passing out with massive nosebleeds. Do you have no shame? Groaned Botan. Clothes are way too constricting. Complained Yorusihi as she stretched her body out. The blue-haired girl shook her head. Ururu, could you bring a spare change of clothes in here? Oh, and a mop. After reviving the trio and cleaning up the mess, all hands on deck regrouped down in Urahara's lab. Kazuki starting going through a list of the weapons and accessories possibly in the possession of Missendale and his growing organization. He then ran through a list of the top possible suggested hideouts, informing them of his plan to split into teams, each making a move on the suspected locations. However, all this planning went out the window when Sarah brought a live news feed to their attention. Hundreds of figures in hooded orange cloaks wearing goblin masks were scattered around the city causing chaos. Some were rioting in the streets, just destroying everything in their way, while others were looting various businesses and banks. Well, this throws my plan out the window. Looks like we're going to have to bust out the neuralizers on this one, complained Urahara with a sigh. Neuralizers? Asked Naruto. It's a flashy thingy that makes you forget stuff. I ripped it off from that Men in Black movie, much easier than the old method. Explained Kazuki. The group quickly gathered the needed weapons and tools before moving out. After departing from Urahara Shoten, the group split up into 2 factions. Naruto, Hiei, and Kurama set out trying to track down Missendale with Kazuki's list of locations, wiping out any of his forces they came across in the process, while Kazuki and company moved about the city wiping out the Hobgoblin's forces. So far the trio had scouted the locations plus several of the shadier districts of the city with nothing to show for their efforts besides disposing of some grunts. At Hiei's suggestion, they decided to scout from the rooftops of the docks he previously used as a base of operations. Through pure luck they came across an abandoned warehouse where they spied about 24 goblin thugs lurking around. After monitoring them for a few minutes, it became obvious who the leader of the crew was as he entered the warehouse, leaving the others outside. Naruto, Hiei, and Kurama took this as their cue, dropping down to make quick work of the thugs. Using his Jagan eyes, Naruto captured all the grunts in an illusion, while Hiei and Kurama cut them down before they realized what was going on. As the leader exited the warehouse, Hiei grabbed the demon before the trio vanished, reappearing on the rooftop of the warehouse with Hiei holding him over the side of the building by his throat. Tell us where your boss is before my arm gets tired, threatened Hiei. The demon made no response, only squirming in his grip trying to free himself. You are far too green to interrogation, Hiei. This requires a more delicate approach. Kurama grabbed their prisoner and used his rose whip to restrain prisoner in a painful manner on the floor of the roof, only to be held back by Naruto. Actually, I think green is the exact approach we need here, stated Naruto as he formed 2 clones who in turn performed the transformation technique. Behold, the power of youth. Up in spirit world, Jiraiya felt a shiver go down his spine. Have mercy on the poor soul that Brad is interrogating. Even Ibiki wasn't that cruel. And he's usually lurking around Hi's command center at the abandoned commercial district between the docks and the train station. We're organized into 10 squadrons, each operating out of a different location. There's supposed to be a big meet between all the crews in a few days at HQ. That's all I know, I swear. The thug was panting heavily as he stared up at them in fear. Naruto, Kurama, and Hiei all gave each other a look before Naruto nodded to his clones, Lee. And I wet the bed till I was 12. That's it, I swear, cried out the demon. All right, put them away, ordered Kurama as a snickering Naruto dispelled the 2 youthful clones. Your services are no longer required, stated Hiei as with a flame-covered fist, he reduced the demon to ash. Now what? Asked Naruto. Before anyone could respond to the question, He trio suddenly vanished from the rooftop as seconds later a flaming projectile nailed the roof and exploded. Well, look what we have here. 3 little rats intruding on my operation. Circling overhead was a costumed freak on some kind of powered purple glider. His bizarre costume consisted of a purple spandex suit underneath a light green armored vest accompanied by some orange gloves, boots, and a hooded cloak. The creepiest thing was his mask that almost appeared to be his real face with its glowing red eyes. Looks like we've found the boss, stated Hiei. What's up with the Halloween get-up? questioned Naruto. The goblin overheard him. For centuries, the hobgoblin has been a symbol for irrational fear and terror. This face will be the last thing all my enemies see before they die, he exclaimed while cackling with glee. Trying to take advantage of the distraction, Naruto launched a few kunai-ad shuriken at the hobgoblin, only for him to dodge the projectiles easily. Kurama followed up by trying to strike him down with his rose whip, only for the slicing attacks of the plant whip to be easily avoided. Using his speed, Hiei got a running start as he leapt into the air, tried to reach the glider using Kurama's attack as distraction, but the glider separated into two parts. Hiei missed completely as the hobgoblin flew up on the upper piece, while the lower part of the glider swooped around and fired several spinning buzz saws at Hiei. The short dark-haired demon was forced to deflect with his sword in mid-air. The hobgoblin made a beeline for Naruto, tapping his glider to fire a couple of pumpkin missiles at Naruto, who managed to dodge one, but was hit by the other. "One down," roared the laughing hobgoblin, but his celebrating was cut short as he saw the smoking remains of Naruto vanish in a puff of smoke. He immediately veered to his left, dodged a pair of Naruto clones flying through the air at him with dual Rasengans. "Well, aren't you a tricky one?" the hobgoblin commented as he flew around to observe a group of Narutos who were continuously launching clones at him. He launched a few bombs at their spot, putting an end to the operation as the original was forced to flee the location. "We've got to get him off that glider somehow. As long as he's on it, we're at a disadvantage," said Kurama as Hiei launched a series of mortal flamethrower attacks at the hobgoblin. As he went into some fancy flying maneuvers to avoid Hiei's blasts of fire, Kurama moved to find an opening while he was distracted. The redhead drew the rose whip and whipped it around him in a circle, causing rose petals to scatter about. The spinning whip formed a wheel which unleashed 3 crescent-shaped slicing energy blasts. With his attention on Hiei's attack, the hobgoblin didn't react until the 3 attacks were almost on top of him. He turned to fly straight up in the air, and missed 2 of the attacks, but the third sliced through his triceps and gashed his side. "Damn it," growled the hobgoblin as he paused in midair. The distraction caused by his pain would prove to be costly. Naruto had moved to a roof with a water tower, and after drilling a hole in it with the Rasengan, he waited for the goblin to give him an opening. When he paused in midair, Naruto unleashed a water-style Water Fang bullet that nailed the tough aerial foe in the chest and sent him flying off his glider. Kurama and Hiei rushed toward his landing spot to capitalize, only for the second glider swoop around and catch their fallen foe and speed away from the area. "You haven't seen the last of me," growled the beaten-up hobgoblin as he chucked a giant pumpkin bomb towards them that exploded in midair, releasing tons of green smoke to cover his escape. Hiei snorted. "True, but we know you're pretty much nothing without your toys." Naruto wasn't so jubilant. "Yeah, but look at how hard it was for us just to knock him off that damn thing one time, and it was 3-on-1. Kurama agreed. "The next time we face him, it will be much more difficult." With a mighty swing of his kanabo, Jinta sent another 2 goblins flying, home run. Next to him, Ururu and Yoruichi read through the massive pack of unorganized goblins, taking them down with ease. From higher ground, Kazuki with blasts from his cane, and Tessai using Kido spells, were picking of the leaders of the goblin army one by one. "It looks like this is the last of them. The rest of them seem to be retreating," called out Botan as she flew in overhead. "About time. We've been running circles around them for hours," complained Yoruichi. In a matter of seconds the group wiped out the last of the nearly 1,500 goblins that had been causing ruckus in the downtown district. As soon as everything was clear, people started coming of their hiding spots with bewildered looks on their faces. "Can I gather everyone's attention over here, please? Over here," shouted Urahara as all the people who came out of hiding and gathered around him. "Now we're just going to do a quick thermal scan of the area and get a head count to make sure everyone is all right. If you could all just focus on this device in my hand here and we will get started." As Kazuki held the neuralizer out in front of him, he and the rest of the team all seemingly pulled sunglasses out of nowhere and put them on. "Now just wait for the flash, and 1, 2, 3. Thank you for participating in today's public safety drill. Were this an actual emergency, you would probably all be dead right now. Read up on your emergency evacuation plans, people. That is all." Kazuki tucked the neuralizer back into his pocket as they prepared to vacate the area. Must you always use the public safety gag? Deadpanned Yoruichi. Hey, most people are stupid enough already. If we're going to fill their minds with something, let's at least make it easier for the smart people to survive their stupidity, retorted Kazuki. Your performance certainly did leave a lot to be desired, commented Kazuki as he watched footage on their fight with the hobgoblin back within the friendly confines of his lab. Naruto shrugged in response, true, but it was our first time working together. And that damn glider is a pain in the ass. Without it ease, toast. That, or if you had something that enhanced your long-range and aerial combat abilities, said Kazuki. What, you got a pair of hover boots and a boomerang laying around here or something? Retorted an indignant Naruto. Or something, replied a giggling Urahara as he waved his fan in front of his face. Well, let's see it get a boshi, demanded Naruto. You're going to have to go back in the containment chamber again. I'm going to need to borrow your gloves for a few hours, explained Urahara. Why? Oh, we're just looking for an excuse. Naruto was cut off as a chop to the neck from Tessai knocked him out could. Kazuki rubbed his chin as he chuckled while looking at the blonde with even more interest. It's like your presence is completely blocked from his senses. You were there for a good 15 minutes this time and he didn't sense you. We'll have to test that out too. A few days later, Hiei and Kurama found themselves hidden amongst the shadows near the rooftops of the abandoned commercial district. The duo had not seen Naruto since they extracted the information about the meet a few days ago. Mostly working in tandem with the other residents of Urahara Shoten to counteract the various strikes by the hobgoblins' forces throughout the city. Is this a private party or can anyone join? Joked Naruto as he appeared next to them. Hiei raised an eyebrow. Just where the hell have you been hiding out? Naruto smirked. I've been training. The short demon snorted at his response. Just what could you possibly accomplish with only 3 days of training? You'd be surprised. Vaguely responded Naruto. Kurama then spotted a trio of goblins move down an alley headed towards the entrance of their target building. Let's move. The trio vanished from their positions and incapacitated each of the goblins with ease. Hiei and Kurama quickly fitted themselves with goblin cloaks and masks. While Naruto simply used henge before summoning a few shadow clones to get rid of the goons they just knocked out. With their disguises complete, they all went inside. The hobgoblin sat behind a huge desk equipped with various monitors and viewing globes as he preached out to all the soldiers at his command. Thanks to those spirit world fools, I have everything I need to build my own empire. An unlimited army of soldiers at my command. The Black Club won't know what hit them. All this at my command, all thanks to that fool Osborne. Ha 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 ha. For years there have rumors that all the criminal activity all over the globe was controlled from one location. No longer will they be mere rumors. I will seize control of the criminal underworld and become the kingpin. Ha 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 ha. Didn't he Chi rip that speech straight from a comic book? Commented one of the goblins up front. Had to. No self-respecting villain is that corny. Replied the one next to him as the 3 infiltrators all abandoned their disguises. You fools. How did you find me? Demanded the hobgoblin. Through the flames of youth. Mocked a chuckling Naruto. No matter, it was a big mistake to challenge me on my home turf. I'll make sure it's your last. The hobgoblin pressed a button and immediately his desk sunk into the ground via a trapdoor, as the walls in the room slid back to reveal a 2 even bigger hordes of armed goblin soldiers, while tiles panels on the roof flipped back to reveal cannons launching pumpkin bombs. I'll cover for you guys. Take down those cannons, yelled Naruto as he formed an army of shadow clones to combat the goblins. Hiei and Kurama jumped into action, swiftly dodging a volley of pumpkin bombs as they quickly worked to cut down the 4 cannons with their sword and rose whip respectively. While the Narutos were easily cutting down the goblin soldiers, every time they seemed to wipe one wave out another appeared. Naruto decided to take a different approach, sending half of his clones scrambling around the area, littering the walls with explosive tags. Follow me, he shouted to Hiei and Kurama. The duo followed him out of a broken window, leaping onto a lower rooftop as Naruto formed a hand sign in midair. Katsu, he whispered as the building behind them exploded. While that was sufficient to eliminate those thugs, I believe the leader will be much more difficult. stated Kurama as the trio watched the burning building. How right you are. The group turned around to face the hobgoblin hovering above them. I've got some new toys just for you. He tapped a button on the glider with his foot, unleashing a volley of pumpkin missiles at them. Looks like the same shit to me, blurted an unimpressed Naruto as the three fighters vanished from their positions. However, instead of exploding like they expected, the 6 missiles veered of before flying after the 3 fighters at their new positions. How do you like my smart bombs? Gloated the hobgoblin as I read some spinning buzz saws to make things even more difficult. Hiei and Kurama moved into opposite directions, hopping from rooftop to rooftop trying to shake free from the missiles to no avail. Both suddenly gave each other a look, before turning and heading straight at each other. Right before the duo came face to face, they dropped down flat against the rooftops, forcing the bombs to collide with one another and detonate. Naruto had the same idea, but instead used the hobgoblin as his target, running straight at the hovering foe and leaping right at him. Realizing the goblin would move if he got too close, the blonde substituted himself in midair with a log covered in explosive tags, trying to make the bang big enough to take out his target. Fire in the hole, shouted Naruto, causing Hiei and Kurama to hit the deck as the explosion took a chunk from the roof of an adjacent building. You punks are just as crazy as I am, grumbled the hobgoblin as he crawled out from underneath some heavy debris. He had used his glider to shield himself from the explosion, which knocked him through a wall into a neighboring parking structure. The smaller, more agile portion of his dual glider was trashed, but it was worth the sacrifice since the bulkier portion contained the heavier artillery. Hopping back on the glider, he blasted a hole in the wall and zoomed out to take his frustrations out Naruto and company. Naruto anticipated his survival of the explosion and was poised to strike. The blonde channeled some chakra into his fingerless gloves, causing them to expand and cover his fingers while also lengthening down his wrist. A white square-shaped seal appeared on the back of both his hands and the base of both his wrists. Electricity covered his hands as the white seals glowed and an expanded Fuma shuriken appeared in each hand. After seemingly charging the discs with lightning for a few seconds, the blonde took aim and fired. The hobgoblin dropped down a few feet in the air, allowing the 2 shurikens to sail over his head harmlessly. Before he could mock Naruto for his poor aim, the shurikens curved around before making a beeline right towards him again. Shit, it looks like you brought some new toys as well, growled the hobgoblin as he took off around the edge of a building, ducking into an alleyway, before cutting across the top of another building with the shurikens hot on his tail. Hiei and Kurama appeared next to Naruto, glad that he finally managed to put their opponent on the run. Where'd you pick up this trick? Questioned Hiei. It's what me and Getaboshi have been working on the past few days. I should be thanking you. That cut with the shadow sword made all this possible, responded Naruto as he guided the shuriken around the twists and turns of several alleys in pursuit of their foe. Your demon energy, its lightning nature. He must have tweaked your biochemistry somewhat, to allow you to tap into a portion of it, resulting in these electromagnetic abilities, surmised Kurama. Nerd. Deadpanned Naruto. Yeah, something like that. Getaboshi had this elaborate plan for me to be swinging from the rooftops by electrified ninja wire like some crazy spider or something. This is much more my style, but enough chit-chat. I've got him on the run, find an opening, shouted Naruto as he forced their opponent back up to rooftop level. With his focus completely on the 2 supercharged discs of desk on his tail, 2 clones were able to get the jump on him and actually board the glide, one on each side. Maintaining his position, the goblin man aged to bend back in a nearly impossible angle, having the 2 attacking clones dispel each other. That bastard is surprisingly agile, grumbled Naruto as his clone's memories returned to him. He tried to force the goblin towards an area where Hiei or Kurama could take him down, but the Halloween-themed villain was a crafty flyer on his glider despite its bulky size. Just when it appeared they had him cornered, the bastard would pull of a nearly impossible nosedive or barrel roll to avoid the trap. I just learned how to do this, I can't keep it up forever, thought Naruto as a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. Time for Plan B. Naruto poured more power into the 2 shurikens, speeding them up significantly at the sacrifice of some maneuverability. After a few minutes, the hobgoblin recognized this as well. and put a plan into action to rid himself of the two nuisances on his tail. Pulling out of his steep dive, the goblin flew straight up until he just above the level of most rooftops in the area and made a beeline straight at the tallest, sturdiest building he could find. Now's my chance, thought the hobgoblin. Right as it seemed he was going to crash into the building, the goblin back flipped off his glider, allowing the two Fuma shurikens to buzz right underneath his head and embed themselves deep into a concrete layer of a building. You'll have to do better than that, Sparky, gloated the laughing hobgoblin as his glider swooped around and caught him. His celebration was short-lived, for as he rounded the corner of the building, he was clotheslined by several lines of ninja wire, tangling himself between them. Oh fuck me, grumbled the hobgoblin as he out of the corner of his eye he spotted a couple of Naruto clones about to reach out and grab the wire, their hands sparking with electricity. Gra, ah, wah, ah, come on, we're all gentlemen here. Perhaps we can talk this out. It's all just a big misunderstanding, pleaded the hobgoblin. Said demon was bound up tight with ninja wire, being dragged along by a pair of Naruto clones behind Hiei, Kurama, and the original Naruto. Sure, no problem. Misunderstandings happen all the time. Sometimes even the smallest misunderstanding can be quite shocking, replied Naruto with a friendly grin as he grabbed the restraints. WRURGAAAHHHH, screamed the demonic villain in pain as massive currents of electricity tore through his body. Naruto got right in the face of the convulsing demon, sporting an insane grin. You see, thanks to you I'm planning on opening up this new restaurant, NFG, Naruto Fried Goblin. With all the product you've provided, we should be worldwide in a couple months. Kurama doubled over in laughter and surprisingly even Hiei grinned. I'm surprised Koenma had the guts to give this job to someone like you. The short demon picked up the still smoking body of the hobgoblin and sped up ahead. Huh, muttered a puzzled Naruto. Kurama chuckled. I think he likes you now. You're just as cruel as he is. Well, that's a shame, responded Naruto. Kurama raised an eyebrow at this. I don't really care about the opinions of people who aren't tall enough to ride carnival rides, replied a smirking Naruto. Kurama could barely hold back his laughter. Ah, a shame it is then. Indeed, added Naruto. Mission possible. As the clock stroked midnight in the business district of downtown Quebec, the heavy rains continued to pour down without a let-up in sight. Thunder echoed across the sky, while the fierce winds howled as the violent storm raged on. Down on the slippery city streets, a black four-door Mercedes pulled up across the street from the 74 stories tall headquarters of a telecommunications company. Water sprayed across the empty sidewalk as the vehicle came to a halt and three men dressed in charcoal-colored suits underneath heavy fur overcoats exited. One went to the trunk to pull out a pair of large metallic briefcases. He man who exited the front passenger seat said something to the driver before the car quietly pulled away. The three men made their way across the street to the front of the building before hustling around the corner to the service entrance of the building. The lead man swiped a key card to unlock the door and the trio entered quickly to escape the harsh weather conditions. Why the hell aren't we doing this as a warm weather city? Or at least closer to home, grumbled the lead man as they all discarded their overcoats near the exit before making their way down the narrow corridor to an elevator. This was the only location we could get with a rooftop landing access on such short notice. Nearly all the buyers came here in choppers, replied the second man. That and Sergio wouldn't do the deal in Tokyo, Sao Paulo, or Miami. Apparently somebody sent the Toguros after this stuff, so we're steering clear of their stomping grounds, added the guy carrying the briefcases. The leader let out an appreciative whistle. Good call, Sergio, you crazy Spaniard. Do not want to those crazy bastards anywhere near this deal. After stepping inside the spacious elevator, the leader hit the button for the top floor. The three stood quietly as the elevator zoomed to the top of building, the leader checking his watch one time along the way. The elevator pinged as it reached their destination and the door slid open. The leader yawned as they stepped into the dimly illuminated hall. Let's get this over with. Their footsteps echoed as they trudged down the tiled floors of the corridor. Aproac hing a set of double doors that led to a makeshift laboratory. When they reached the doors, the leader stepped to the left in front of two scanning panels at head and waist level. He placed his hand and the lower scanner while leaning forward to let the upper scan his right eye. Identity confirmed. Welcome, Takeo Moriaki, spoke a female computerized voice as the locks on the door released and it opened. A dark brown-haired man of medium height with a full beard greeted them on the other side. Ah, Takeo, right on time. And see, you've got the merchandise with you, excellent, he exclaimed in thick Spanish accent while pumping his fist. Takeo snorted at the man's mood. Why does it always seem like you just downed a quadruple shot right when I show up? Maybe if you came to more of my parties, you'd loosen up, retorted Sergio with a devilish grin. Takeo smirked while he shook his head before taking a moment to survey the room. Pretty good turn up for such short notice, right? Commented Sergio. Yeah, muttered Takeo as he recognized a few of the faces. On 36 hours' notice they managed to get 21 representatives from the majority of the high-end organizations of their alliance. Each representative was allowed to bring 2 armed guards for security in case any rival parties or thieves decided to crash the meet. There was no need to worry about any internal conflict here. Anyone in attendance was assured product if they wished to purchase it after the demonstration. Takeo's 2 subordinates made their way to where the lab equipment was set up with the 2 briefcases and stacked them on top of the counter. One of the buyers, a tall light brown-haired Latina woman in dark blue business suit, paused in her discussion with one of her men at the sight of the merchandise being handled relatively casually. Whoa, is it all right for you guys just to be carrying that around like that? She questioned with a raised eyebrow. It's perfectly safe, replied a red man at the lab station working on laptop and adjusting settings for the various devices. Until the activation isotope is added to the compound, it is perfectly harmless. This provides for the AI's means of transportation and the ability to move almost anywhere undetected. The original plans, this was hijacked from plan to transport it under the cover of a child's juice box, hiding the trigger agent by lining the interior of the straw with it. Brilliant, murmured a blonde-haired man in gray suit as he scratched his chin. Enough of the science, I want to see this stuff in action, exclaimed a green-haired man in a black jumpsuit. A gray-haired Russian man wrapped an arm around his shoulder as he lifted a drink into the air with his other, "Patience, my good friend. They'll all get to see the magnificence very soon." Sergio never fails to disappoint. You're right about that, agreed the grinning green-haired man. Hey Sergio, let's hit up your London spot this weekend. Sergio shrugged in response. Why wait for the weekend? Let's do it tomorrow night. Yeah, chorused a group in response. Sergio, we're set to go, stated the red-haired man at the computer. Welcome ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad you could all make it. As Sergio officially kicked off the meeting, Takeo made his way to back the crowd. Takeo moved over to one of his men and tapped him on the shoulder. Saito, I'm going out for a smoke. All right boss, replied Saito as Takeo quietly made his way towards the door and exited into the hallway. Ah, sighed Takeo as he took a puff of his cigarette, blowing smoke out of the cracked bathroom window as rain pattered against it from the outside. If it weren't for this shitty weather, I could be outside. The weather had yet to let up outside, so Takeo settled for taking a smoke in the bathroom instead. He really couldn't wait to get this whole deal over with, since the Toguro brothers were after this product. There was only one thing that really needed to be said about the Toguros: they take what they need and leave nothing but corpses in their wake. Takeo finished off his cigarette and smashed the butt against the wet window screen to put it out. He made his way to the sink where he turned on the water. He wet his hands before squirting some soap on them and proceeding to wash them thoroughly. After finishing with his hands, he splashed some water on his face before moving over and grabbing a paper towel to wipe it off. As he wiped his face, he felt something hit the tip of his shoe. Thinking it was water, he turned the faucet off before running his hands through his hair. He then felt another drop hit his shoe and looked down to find it was blood. What the fuck? He muttered while checking himself over to see where he had unknowingly hurt himself. He paused when another drop blood dripped down right in front of his face from the high ceiling of the bathroom and proceeded to look straight up. Well, shit, somehow stuck to the ceiling, bound by some kind of metallic wire, were the forms of the Russian man and his 2 guards, who he had just left in the lab minutes ago. By the look of it the trio was still alive. But they had been roughed up pretty good. They're not dead, so it's not the Toguros, but how in fuck did you guys get up there? Blurted Takeo before he shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Fuck. There's no time for this shit. I've got to get back, before whoever is in there fucks everything up. Takeo quietly closed the door behind him as he slipped into the room, surveying his surroundings. The demonstration had been completed and now the various buyers were haggling with Sergio over the price. He noticed that the Russian imposter and his guards had placed themselves in the location closest to the product, which was conveniently already packed away into briefcases once again. Gotta make a move now, thought Takeo as he pulled his piece from inside his jacket and leveled it at the imposter. Saito and Yoshi immediately picked up on what their boss was doing and followed his lead as they withdrew their weapons as well. Move away from the merchandise, Mikhail, calmly ordered Takeo, putting everyone on alert. Mikhail raised his hands up in a surrendering fashion while his guards placed their hands on their weapons ready to draw, along with everyone else in the room as they looked back and forth between Takeo and Mikhail with puzzled looks. Takeo, what is the problem? Replied Mikhail in his thick accent. Don't tell me you're still mad about me selling that WIPO-NS shipment to the Croatians instead of you. I told Victor to send you that new shipment of imports along with a case of Cubans, so there were no hard feelings. We are all good, right? Now I know you're definitely not Mikhail. Tell me, how did you get the drop on him and get him stuck on the ceiling in the bathroom like that? At this everyone turned their guns on the Russians. Come on guys, he's had a little too much to drink, reasoned Mikhail. First and foremost, Mikhail doesn't know that much English. Secondly, I never drink while doing business. And third, your accent is close, but too much of a dead ringer from that direct TV commercial, retorted Takeo with a smirk as he, Saito, and Yoshi all moved in closer. The fake Mikhail shrugged. What can I say? Opulence, I has it. I like the best, but I also like savings the money. I can't get direct TV most premiums television package 5 months free in my neighborhood. So when I hear about meat for new black market product, I jump in. This set off a few rounds of muffled laughter around the room. I've got to say this guy is pretty good. Had me fooled, muttered Sergio. The disguised Russian taps and barely visible earpiece as he dropped the fake accent. I told you we should have gone with the Americans. What are we waiting for? Shoot him, shouted the green-haired man. We need to know who sent him first, Hans, retorted the Latin woman. We don't have time to fucking interrogate him, just kill him, shouted Hans. Somebody just knock him out. I'll take care of finding out who sent him after we're done here, ordered Sergio. The sound of the locked entrance to the room being blasted off its hinges immediately diverted everyone's attention away from the situation at hand. To their surprise, it was the smoking fist of a tall, shadowy figure responsible for the damage. Everyone's breath halted as the tan-skinned, broad-shouldered man with sunglasses entered the room with another figure sitting on his shoulder. Fuck, it's the Toguros, growled Hans. No shit, Sherlock, retorted Sergio. I believe you are in possession of something that belongs to my client, stated the younger Toguro brother as he adjusted his glasses. Yes, now we can do this the easy way, began the elder Toguro as he suddenly morphed his arm into a blade. Or the fun way, he exclaimed while cackling with insane laughter. Damn it, everybody drop their weapons. We don't want any trouble, yelled Takeo as he put his weapon down, getting everyone else to wisely follow suit. Saito, Yoshi, hand him the briefcases. Oh no you don't, led Saito as he saw the disguised Russian making a run for it with the 2 briefcases. Using the Toguro brothers' arrival as a distraction, the imposter grabbed the goods and made a beeline for the emergency exit. He and Yoshi whipped out their secondary pieces, a pair of Desert Eagles, and opened fire. The other armed men in room all moved to follow his example, only to be halted by the shout of Takeo. Hold your fire. Let the Toguros handle it, he might be one of them, commanded Takeo. Fuck that shit, he's getting away. Those 2 aren't having my ass for this, shoot, yelled the Latin woman. Stop you idiots, don't shoot, Takeo yelled again, but it was too late. Everyone opened fire, unleashing a hail of bullets at the imposter and his 2 guards. Suddenly in a poof smoke the trio van Ishten were replaced in mid-air with some oxygen containers used for the experiment. Time seemingly stopped as everyone stared at the scene in horror before time sped back up again, and the bullets connected to the tanks, triggering an explosion. Naruto and clones dispelled their transformations as he slammed through the emergency exit door, using the clones for cover to escape the explosion. Blonde booked up the stairwell he entered, headed straight for another set of double doors. Are the fucking security alarms cut? Naruto yelled into his earpiece as he approached the doors. Yes, but Sarah says you only have 40 more seconds before the fire alarm go off thanks to your little stunt in there, replied Urahara over the channel. You said there was no way the Toguros would show. I worked with what I could on short notice, growled an irritated Naruto as he slammed through the doors onto the rooftop and into the torrential weather. The large hooded black cloak draped over his body blew against his back as he flipped the hood over his head. Where to? Now, head north across the rooftops for 7 blocks, informed Kazuki. Which way is north? Yelled Naruto as he streaked through the rain past the various helicopters. Go left, responded Urahara. With both briefcases in hand, the blonde hit the ledge quickly and leapt from the top of the skyscraper, flying across the open air, landing on the rooftop of the hotel across the street. Landing cleanly, the blonde streaked to the opposite edge of the roof before using chakra to stick to building as he ran down vertically. Several stories before using a balcony to springboard himself to a lower level of rooftops. At the lower height, Naruto was able to transverse across the buildings in single leaps. He quickly made his way to an alley in between a pair of abandoned buildings, close to the designated checkpoint. Naruto dropped down the side of a fire escape to ground level. The blonde immediately froze at sound of a slow clap coming from the entrance to the alley. Strolling up to the entrance was a man he thought he'd left behind, the younger Toguro brother. Your escape was truly remarkable, however all good things must come to an end. It would be shame to have to kill someone as talented as you. Just hand over the packages and you can walk away, stated the younger Toguro. Do you really think it's going to be that easy? Naruto dropped the 2 briefcases, a pair of clones appearing in his wake to pick them up as he blurred from his position. Reappearing in front of Toguro, Naruto landed a right hand Maker right on the younger Toguro's chin, but the hulking man didn't even budge an inch from the blow. What the fuck is this guy made of? He thought in astonishment as he stepped back before launching a furious high-speed assault of punches that all landed cleanly but did absolutely no damage. As Naruto moved to launch a roundhouse kick, Toguro reached out and poked the blonde in the chest, sending him flying back into the alley. Damn it, yelled Naruto as he grabbed his chest in pain. What hell, he might have cracked my ribs with a finger poke. Damn it, I told you not to fight these guys. Get the hell out of there, commanded Urahara. Shut up, growled Naruto as he quickly formed an escape plan. The weather is shit, I might as well use it to my advantage. As the younger Toguro started walking towards him down the alley, Naruto formed a quick hand sign and a thick mist blanketed the alley. Kurikagure no Jutsu, echoed Naruto's voice from throughout the mist. Interesting, but not good enough. As he vanished from his position within the mist, reappearing on the edge of the roof overlooking the alley in front of a surprised Naruto, who was making his getaway. Your skills are definitely top-notch. Were it not for the fact that you encountered me of all people, you most likely would have gotten the target back to your employer, commended Toguro. They don't pay me enough to deal with guys like you, grumbled Naruto as he handed over the briefcases. My employer could use a talented guy like you. Whatever you're getting now, I'm sure he could double the offer, suggested Toguro. Naruto let out a snort as he folded his arms in front of his chest. This retrieval gig is a one-time deal. I'm sticking with my usual protection and hunting details. Toguro shook his head in disappointment. A pity. Naruto suddenly smirked. For you maybe. The blonde suddenly vanished from sight in a poof of smoke. Toguro frowned at his sudden disappearance, and failed to notice the glowing tag stuck to the sides and bottom of the 2 briefcases in his hands. Ka-a-boo-mm. The explosion rocked alley, producing a massive fireball and taking down huge chunks of the 2 abandoned buildings. The wet weather calmed down the flames quickly, but the 2 buildings now appeared to be on the verge of collapsing. Still standing within the midst of it all was a completely unharmed Toguro. only his jacket having a few singes. A grin formed on Toguro's face as he started chuckling. Very good, Mr. Uzumaki. Very good indeed. You certainly live up to your reputation. Let's hope. Hey, your friend Yusuke can soon follow in your footsteps. Several miles away, Naruto sat in the rear compartment of an inconspicuous delivery van with Tessai at the wheel. Urahara manned his portable workstation from within the rear of the vehicle, testing out the contents of one of the briefcases by means of an analyzing device. I've got the mystery shit now, so tell me what it is, demanded Naruto. Nothing too important really, just a rare volatile compound, replied Urahara, not looking away from the screen in front of him. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the vague answer. So what? You're keeping this stuff of the streets? Of course not, replied Urahara as if he was offended. This is one of my creations, it's just that the components required to synthesize it were very hard to come by. I simply leaked out the plans to the right people so they could do the work for me. Naruto looked at Kazuki as if he was insane. What's to stop them from recreating it? You gave them the fucking plans. The older blonde waved of his concerns. Yar. No need to worry, the plans contained a rather nasty undetectable virus that will destroy any machine they were stored on, and the original disk corrupted after 48 hours. You're nothing more than a cheap, lazy bastard, deadpanned Naruto. Kazuki shrugged at the comment. My motto is to work smarter, not harder. A devious grin formed across Naruto's face. Good. That means you can't hold it against me for using this entire operation as blackmail. Who's to say I can't do the same to you? Or find other means of making your life miserable? Countered Urahara. Naruto snorted. Ha, I'm untouchable. You've got nothing on me. Who the hell could you possibly threaten exposing me to anyway? The look that formed on Kazuki's face instantly told Naruto he'd made a huge mistake. So what do you have to say for yourself? Demanded Kushina as she glared at Naruto. The two were seated in her office up in Spirit World, on her office desk. Between them were a variety of photos with Naruto, Kurumu, and Moka in very compromising positions. Naruto should have known something was up based off the vibes Botan was giving him as she escorted him here. He even fell for her story that he had an urgent meeting with Koenma delaying his return to the academy, and now he was paying the price. Okay, I know this looks bad, pleaded Naruto. But you've got to believe me. Those girls came onto me. A good explanation. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately for you, it's the same one your godfather used when he was caught trying to take advantage of the Fire Lord's sisters. But it's true, exclaimed Naruto, who was still thrown for a loop by the fact these photos existed in the first place. They all conveniently made it look like he was groping the girls, instead of the truth of them assaulting him. There is only thing that is true here. Jiraiya succeeded in corrupting you. So I'm going to have to beat it out of ya. Kushina reached down and opened a drawer in her desk, retrieving a large black frying pan. Naruto was completely confused. Huh? What the hell is the frying pan for? Before he knew which way was up, he frying pan nailed him in the face, sending him flying out of his seat, through two walls and into his father's office across the hall. Believe me, honey, this is for your own good, stated Kushina, in a motherly tone as she scooped up the pan and slowly made her way across the hall. Dad! Help! Gasped Naruto as he reached out toward his father, still reeling from the blow. Naruto! Kushina, what the? Minato then saw his wife was wielding the dreaded frying pan of doom and harassed his ass out of there. Your own. Damn you, Kazuki. I'm going to fucking kill you for this, cursed Naruto as he scrambled to his feet and tried to make an escape with his mother right on his heels. Cursing in front of your mother? Looks like I have even more work to do, yelled Kushina as she threw the pan, this time nailing Naruto in the back of head and sending him crashing through another wall. Naruto somehow managed to survive the encounter with mother and escape most of the beating by his patented method for dealing with righteous feminine fury. Blame it on Jiraiya. Said super pervert managed to make himself useful by showing up to find Minato. Naruto naturally turned his mother's sights onto the Toad Sage. Somehow he even ended with ramen out of the deal via his father thanking him for his mother somehow breaking the frying pan during Jiraiya's beating. No being able to wait until he got back to his dorm room, Naruto unsealed his bowl of ramen as he passed the gymnasium and dug in. Shit, this ramen is too fucking salty. Cursing his father's strange taste in ramen as he spat out the noodles. Naruto chucked the steaming bowl of noodles as far as he could over the other side of the school in frustration. His throw was immediately rewarded with a loud shriek of pain in response. Ah, quote, what the hell, blurted Naruto as he hustled around the building to find out what just happened. He arrived upon the scene of Kurumu in her true form along with Moka and Yukari. Staring down at the form of a shriveled and withered teen boy doused in ramen noodles and broth with Naruto's bowl covering the top of his head. Naruto let out a whistle. That was one hell of a throw. Yukari threw up her hands in exasperation. After all the trouble this moron caused, Naruto shows up and defeats him with one blow. Well, we should have known better. Slugs are weak against salt, commented a shrugging Moka. Well, as you can see, that ramen was way too salty. My work is done here, I'm heading to the cafeteria. Naruto tried smoothly turn and walk away on. Leave for Moka and Kurumu to grab onto his jacket collar with death grips and drag him back to the newspaper club with them. Oh no you don't, we've got a deadline to meet and then you owe us an explanation. Declared Kurumu. And it's been nearly a week since I got to suck your blood. Added Moka. Naruto threw his left arm up in frustration. Aw man. Here it goes. Thanks to some smooth talking and a blood offering, the girls weren't able to stay mad at their favorite blonde for long. The newspaper club stayed up until the wee hours of the morning, completing the latest edition in time for print the next morning. Hey everyone over here, yelled Kurumu as she waved out the students mingling around the front gate. The newspaper club set up a stand right in front of the front gate to distribute the latest edition of the school newspaper. Yeah, come check out the latest edition of the school newspaper, cheered Yukari. It's got the latest stories like the disappearance of the female students and all the other important events at our academy, proclaimed Moka. Naturally, with the two hottest girls in school giving out free stuff, a ton of male students gathered around them. It's so beautiful, like getting the weather from the girl on Telemundo. UWAAA. Moka-san and Kurumu-san handing out our newspapers. So cute. Maybe if we get some newspapers they'll go out with us. Everio. Nay immediately paused in their fantasies and stared at the guy like he was insane. What? I know there's only two of them and so many of us, but I'll throw this out there again. Bukak. Dude, you have a serious problem. Yeah, get some help man. Who cares about that sick fuck? Moka-san and Kurumu-san are here. The disturbing nature of their fellow pervert in arms quickly forgotten, they all stormed the makeshift newspaper stand. Naruto took a different approach in his distributing of papers from the steps of the entrance to the main building. Extra, extra, read all about it. Lesbian art tea. Teacher tries to create personal harem of female students. Photos inside. Hot off the presses. Art teacher busted sampling the forbidden fruits. All the rest of the students not ogling Moka and Kurumu all rushed over to Naruto. And his papers were going like hot cakes. The women rushed to him because he was a good-looking guy handing out a gold mine of gossip, and the guys because he was possible. Why handing out a photo spread of hot lesbians? Jin had propped himself up on a tree branch a short distance away, spying on a group of girls chatting about the latest gossip from the paper and comparing themselves to some of the girls pictured. All in all, it was a good day's work for the newspaper club. In a dimly lit classroom somewhere within the recesses of the school, two figures stood in front of an office desk. One shadowy figure sat behind the desk, flipping through the school paper. So, the newspaper club is at it again? The figure behind the desk questioned. Yes, doing so from the front gates of the school no less, stated the feminine voice of one of the standing figures. Seems like we need to send a message, added the male voice of the other. Yes, I'll deliver this one personally, growled the seated figure. He has stood, the crumpled form of the newspaper incinerating in his hands. The PSC. All right guys, let's make this count. Triple dog Z Jet 41 on 3. Triple dog Z Jet 41 on 3, break. Boomed the voice of the quarterback, Haji, as the offense broke the huddle. There was no hesitation in their steps to the line of scrimmage. They had already let things get too far out hand, squabbling amongst themselves about trivial things. However, the buck stopped here as they united under one singular goal, crush the freshman. Katsubo-sensei placed the ball down on the 35-yard line. Before blowing his whistle to signal the resuming of play, the center grabbed the ball, and the game was on. Hut, hut, blue 42, watch A, hut, blue, 42, hut, hut, hut. On the third call of hut, the center snapped the ball to the quarterback. He dropped back a few steps and faked a handoff to his running back, before rolling out to the right side of the field. The protection from his offensive held up, so he had plenty of time to scan the field for his receiving options. The middle linebacker was blanketing the tight end on the short option route. So Haji progressed to the secondary receiver and noticed the defensive back was looking into the backfield instead of closely observing his man. As the receiver slowed to make a break, he threw a pump fake and the corner bit on the out route, leaving the receiver wide open as he cut back across the middle of the field. Haji uncorked a dart and put the ball right in the receiver's hands in stride. The receiver turned upfield and appeared to have a free path to the end zone, when out of nowhere he got leveled by a crushing hit from the free safety, who put his helmet right on the ball. Fuck, cursed Haji as the ball popped up into the air. The cornerback who previously got burned on the pump fake plucked the free-floating ball straight out of the air before streaking down the sideline. G gave chase and had slight angle on him, but just as he reached striking distance he was blasted in his side by another bone-jarring hit from the free safety. Haji spun around like a helicopter before crashing face first into the turf. The defensive back turned and waved at him as he backpedaled into the end zone for the game-winning score. "That was big time, baby. Big time," shouted the middle linebacker as ran up and chest bumped with the free safety before they joined the rest of the freshmen celebrating in the end zone. "Come on, sensei. That was an illegal block in the back," yelled one of his offensive linemen. "He was hit in the side," deadpanned Katsubo-sensei. "Damn it, where did he come from?" grumbled Haji as he rolled over onto his back before cursing up a storm. They had been dominating the game until Nekonomi's-sensei dragged that Uzumaki kid into class, saying she caught him trying to ditch. The upperclassman thought the freshman was just trying to escape the physical beating the freshman got in the first game of American football every year. The truth was Naruto thought they were playing regular football again, and he was sick of being stuck playing goalie. The blonde realized they were playing American football. A frightening grin quickly flicked across his face before he hurried up to the locker to get changed. Haji wished he had taken heed of that look. The minute the blonde joined the game it became a nightmare for the upperclassmen. Within 10 minutes, Naruto had sent 3 players to the school infirmary. On offense he was a devastating runner and lead blocker, mowing down the supposedly stronger upperclassmen effortlessly. As a free safety on defense, he was a one-man wrecking crew. In the beginning the upperclassmen were seemingly able to score at will. After Uzumaki showed up they could barely manage to make a first down. "That guy is like a human missile, seek ball and destroy," thought Haji as one his buddies helped pull him up to his feet. He couldn't believe how this Uzumaki kid was taking the school by storm. Rumors were already circulating about his legendary fights. Haji himself had experienced some of that firsthand. He pulled that regrettable stunt trying to recruit him to the karate club. He just shook it off as the guy catching him off guard, but now it seemed he would have to keep a closer eye on the blonde's exploits. Naruto stuck his shoulder pads and helmet on the bench next to the water cooler. He then bypassed the cups and taking the top off the entire cooler and starting to drink his fill. He felt a pair of eyes on him and put the cooler down momentarily to scan around. But as soon as he turned left he found a girl with long light purple-colored hair standing right next to him sucking on a lollipop. She was just staring at him, observing his every move with her bluish-purple eyes. "How the hell did she sneak up on me?" thought Naruto while managing to hide his surprise as he gave her a once-over. "I absolutely love the girl's gym clothes. I need to check out Moka and Kurumu's gym class he. You were pretty vicious out there Naruto Uzumaki," she said casually, bringing him back from his nosebleed-worthy thoughts. A vicious smirk flickered across Naruto's face. He. "No way I'm passing up open season to stomp some of those bastards into the ground. Unless I sent your boyfriend." She let out a light chuckle at that. "Nothing like that, I should probably be thanking you." I have a bad history with one of the boys you sent to the infirmary. You're welcome, answered Naruto, not really knowing how to respond to that statement. Hey, Shirayuki, you were the one who volunteered to help clean up. Get over here, hollered Katsubo-sensei. Well, I've got to go. See ya around. She gave a small wave before following after Katsubo-sensei. Naruto sat there with a blank stare for a few moments before it finally dawned on him, who the fuck was that? And how does she know? Me. After few seconds he just shrugged, finding his incredible thirst a more pressing matter, and went back to guzzling down some more water. Kurumu sighed in disappointment, as she leaned back in the chair from behind the desk of the newspaper stand. Where's Naruto-kun? I want to celebrate the big success of our newspaper together. Its success truly exemplifies the power of our love. Naruto-kun wasn't even here for the majority of the time this issue was put together, deadpanned Moka. Naruto is mine, so I intend to take advantage of any reason possible to celebrate our love, declared Kurumu. Yukari gave her an incredulous stare. Do you even listen to yourself talk? Kurumu shrugged in response. I drift in and out. Looks like you guys are almost out of papers. Should have put a price tag on these babies, commented Jin as he strolled up to the stand. I'm thrilled, happily exclaimed Moka. We've given away almost 3/4 of our copies. If you're free, why don't you help us pass out the rest of these? Suggested Yukari. Jin waved of the request. I was only stopping by to see you guys were doing. As the esteemed editor-in-chief of our fine paper, I must always be on the lookout for the next hot scoop of a story. I have some very important research I need to be getting to soon. Yukari's eyes narrowed, not buying his story one bit. Your important research is nothing more than peeping on the girls' swim meet today. Your number one interest is in being a big hentai. That's the kind of editor-in-chief you are. Jin plastered a flake smile across his face, as he jammed his face inches from Yukari's. What would an ironing board-chested person like you be good for other than bad-mouthing your betters? Who, but a depraved pervert like yourself would be, peeping at the chest of an 11-year-old, retorted Yukari, not backing down one bit. Oh yeah, why don't I rub them for you, to make them bigger, countered Jin. A blank look formed on Yukari's face before she lifted her wand into the air and summoned a toilet on top of Jin's head. Get your mind out of the gutter, pedophile. Their antics were cut short by some shouts from the crowd gathered in front of the stand. Hey, what the fuck? Oh, so that's how it is, tough guy. I'm gonna be here all day, baby. I like this kinda party. Out of the way, coming through here, ordered a commanding voice as a collection of students made their way through the after school crowd up to the newspaper stand, knocking various persons down along the way. When the students realized who this group was, all scattered out of the way in fear as they marched up to the stand. What's going on? Questioned Moka. Shit, it's the black suits, grumbled Jin in annoyance. It's the Ukai Academy Guardians, the Public Safety Commission, stammered a girl in the crowd. What are they doing here? Fearfully exclaimed the boy next to her. Well, what do we have here? Stated a smirking dark-haired female, member of the commission, as she gave the newspaper club a once-over. Greetings, members of the newspaper club, declared the apparent leader of the group as he bowed to them. I am Kuyu, head of the Ukai Academy Guardians. We are the Ukai Academy Public Safety Commission. Moka stared at him with a puzzled look. Public Safety Commission? You guys are the Academy Peacekeepers. What can we, cut off the pink-haired girl as he stepped in front of her and lifted his hand up to silence her. Kurumu gave him a questioning look, but he shook his head in response. Kuyu picked up one of the papers and started flipping through it. I must commend your club on their exquisite work. You certainly know how to produce a top-flight paper. The three girls were caught off guard by the praise. Jin was not fooled by Kuyu's attempt to lull them into a false sense of security. Who gave you permission to publish the contents of this paper? We don't recall having inspected this, yelled a suddenly enraged Kuyu. The furious blonde brought his foot down on table of the stand, smashing it in two. He started kicking over the boxes filled with newspapers as he continued his rant. Don't you know what kind of trouble you're making for us? Gangs like you will not be allowed to roam free and do whatever you please and destroy the peace and order of this academy. I won't have it. Any act of it, why you do must be sanctioned by the Public Safety Commission. Unapproved activities will not be tolerated, and offenders will be harshly punished. Nothing comes before our ability to maintain the peace and order of this academy. Yes, they deserve to die. And I hope they burn in hell, yelled the white-haired male guardian standing behind Kuyu. The blonde turned to give his subordinate a harsh glare for ruining his diatribe. Sorry. Got carried away, he muttered in apology. Why are you doing this to us? We were just passing out newspapers. That's what the newspaper is supposed to do, exclaimed Kurumu in outrage. Seems the newspaper club has picked up some unsavory members once again, commented a dark-haired girl who stepped out from behind Kuyu. She eyeballed Kurumu in a condescending manner. Only trash like her could be responsible for littering our school with so much garbage. Who you calling trash? Started a pissed-off Kurumu, only to be held back by Jin as the girl proceeded to destroy a stack of newspapers under the heel of her shoe. Excellent idea, Kido. Since this club is a repeat offender, we're going to make an example out of you, stated Kuyu as he had the res T of the commission gather up the rest of the papers into one big pile. However, Kuyu froze in his tracks as two men in black suits seemingly appeared out of nowhere in front of them. One man was of average height with dark hair in ponytail and pair of distinct lines running across his face. With his fingernails painted purple, he possessed the looks of some Bishonen model, while his partner was anything but that. This second man was tall and muscular with blue skin along with what appeared to be gills on the side of his neck. His fang-like teeth gave him a shark-like appearance, and the blade hefted of his shoulder wrapped in bandages gave him a very intimidating aura. Both sported a pair of black sunglasses to go along with their identical black suits. Hold it right there, shrimp. If you light those papers, I will chomp your legs off, ordered the shark man. No need to be so threatening, Agent K, commanded his partner. Besides, we haven't even introduced ourselves. Wait, we didn't do anything, shrieked a panicking Yukari. Who are you? Demanded Kuyu as he stared the duo down. Agents I and K, Demon World Department of Customs, stated Agent I as he flipped a identification badge. Division 6, added the shark man as he did the same. We got word that a batch of print paper for newspapers was created using illegally trafficked demonic plant, explained Agent I. Under certain conditions this paper will now release a paralytic toxin. We've been sent to neutralize and quarantine the remaining batch we tracked to here. Demon World Department of Customs. I didn't know anything like that existed, muttered a suspicious Kuyu. Agent K laughed at that assessment. We can't trust Spirit World lackeys to monitor crimes from within the Demon World itself. We are part of a special commission created by Lord Yomi. Everyone paled at the mention of one of the three great demon lords. Oh my goodness, Lord Yomi himself, blurted Jin in shock. Exactly, kids, exclaimed the shark-like agent with a feral grin. Everybody hold still, commanded Agent I. He proceeded to remove a metal-coated glove from his suit jacket pocket and slipped it over his right hand. He lifted his arm into the air with his hand palm out. Electricity began to spark around his hand as suddenly all the papers in the area shot through the air and started stacking against his palm. As Agent I finished collecting the papers, Agent K reached into his pocket and pulled out a pen-shaped device before stepping in front of the newspaper club and facing the crowd along with the Public Safety Commission. Now we just need to do a brief scan and see if anyone on the grounds is infected and needs to be administered the antidote. Keep your eyes right here. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.